All right, everybody. Some people think that when it comes down to this situation between black men and black women, that there's accountability on both sides. Some even believe that there's blame on both sides. I don't particularly believe that. I believe that blame sides with one side. But that doesn't mean that people don't have good reasons why they believe there's blame on both sides. And tonight we'll have a guest on the panel that will express why she feels that there's blame on both sides. The African Princess joins us on the OverDrive 3G. Up next, Dame. All right, all right. What's going on, everybody? This is the OverDrive 3G. I am the Black Knight. Got some beautiful women joining me today. We also have, I'm sorry, we have my regular co-host with me. She's just hanging out today, the Lady Knight. And we have her co-host for Ladies Night with us, the African Princess. And we're going to have a conversation Now, y'all know me. When it comes down to the state of black men and black women, Abby, go on. They put Abby on mute for a minute. Now, when it comes down to the state between black men and black women, as far as relationships and the situation at hand with the community, y'all know me. Y'all know my stance is very firm. I do not believe in this accountability on both sides thing. I've heard people say it before. I've heard people say that they believe that there's blame on both sides. I do not. But I never really listened to anybody have it with a good reason why they believe that there's blame on both sides. You know, I was in the back chat talking to Abby, the African princess, and she was saying some things that I thought could be legitimate. So we decided to come out here and discuss it with you guys. And so without further ado, let me bring in the African princess. Ebony, are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
Thank you for
Yes,
joining
I'm
us
here.
on the. All right, thanks for joining us on the OverDrive. Now, you and I was having a conversation in the back chat about relationships between black men and black women, right? And I asked you, I said, you know, how do you feel
Yeah.
about the relationships between black men and black women? Do you believe that there's blame on both sides? And so tell us how you feel about that. Tell us why you feel that there is some blame on both sides.
Okay. This is what I feel. This is what I think. There's a blame on both sides because what I think is that we need to support each other. The black women need to support the black men, and then the black men also need to support the black women. So for me, I say that we have the blame on the both sides because we don't support each other.
Okay, let me stop
That
you
is
right
why we
there.
are having the blame on the both sides.
Okay, let me jump in real quick before you go any further. You hear me? Abby, can you hear me? Dave, can you hear me? Sound check.
Yes, yes, I can hear you.
Yes,
Okay.
yes,
Yeah, let me jump in real quick before you go any further. See, I hear what you're saying, but the black man has shown absolute neglect towards the black woman. All right. And he's shown that he's not willing to support her. Not only that, but he's taken up, many of them have taken up arms against the black woman. They are hurting the black woman. In some cases, they're taking her life and the lives of the children. They've come out on social media and let it be known that they hate black women and that their lives have no value. So I can't blame the black woman for not wanting to support someone who is that vicious towards her. And not just anyone, but her natural counterpart, the black man who is absolutely just unbelievably vicious towards her. You understand? Okay, am I coming through again?
yes,
Did she hear me?
Yes.
Yeah,
yes,
yeah, Gary, respond. Respond, Abby. Are we having a
yes, I
delay? Can you
understand
hear
you.
me? Yeah. Okay.
Yes.
All right.
So this is the reason. Yes. Hello?
Okay, I
I
think
can hear you very
yeah.
well. Yes.
Okay, okay, so go ahead and respond.
I
Yeah.
know the men have been discriminating and they don't want. Yeah. I think the men have been doing discrimination, and they leave the women and they don't want to support the women, so the men have been blamed for everything. But this is what I think. I blame the women in such a way because the women also needs to support the men as well. They also need to support the men in some reasons, like you see, you have to take care of your husband. You have to take care on what he's doing through his money, or what he's doing. You have to take care of his work doing. How do he feel? Is it good? Will some of the women are not doing that. So this man saying that, oh, if I have a woman who doesn't take care of me, then that means I will not also take care of my woman. But it's the way we the ladies, we need to take care of our men. We need to take care
Okay.
of their health. We need to
Did she fall off, Dane?
She didn't fall off,
yes.
but
No, I'm
Okay.
here.
Okay, Abby, let me
Hello?
jump in again. Okay, yeah. Let me jump in again here. All right, I hear what you're saying, right? But
Mm-hmm.
the support has to first come from the man. The man has to initiate support, right? He is the provider. Like the man is pursuing the woman, right? So he has to initiate everything. So if he's not supporting her from the get go, I mean that's problematic. Especially if she's still supporting him, right? And then
Mm-hmm.
you're talking about a black woman that is supporting her man, but then all of a sudden he stops supporting her. And black women have laid with some of the worst dudes nature has produced and have endured a lot of terrible relationships and have given just about everything they had in a lot of these relationships. So I think the black woman is doing her part, but I don't believe the man is doing his part. Not nearly enough as the black woman, because here's another thing too, right? She's also being left behind
Yeah.
to take care of children by herself. She's also being left behind to take care of children by herself. And so if she's being left behind to take care of children by herself, then this is not support from the black man. So I think that the black man has to initiate support first before we can say the black women aren't supporting us. I think black women support black men to even to a detriment. Go ahead, respond.
Okay. Yeah, I know. But I don't see it that way. I know the black men need to support, but you
Hmm.
see, the women are not doing, sometimes they are not doing actually what they're supposed to do for the women to the men to see that they need the support. You see, for instance, as a married woman, you married to your husband, and then you are living with your husband. When your husband give you money to take care of the children, you don't even tell your children that, hey, this is your father who bring the money out. You see, but you just say, oh, okay, take it and pay your school fees. But it's the men who provide the money. So sometimes we the children, we've been seeing that it's our mother who have been taking the care of us. But since our father have been doing it, so
Hmm.
the women need to stop that way. When the men give them the money, let them provide the money and say, this is your father who give you the money. So that the children will be knowing what is going on between the father and the mother.
Uh,
Yeah, because it's the women who take care of the babies, it's not the men. So the men are used to provide the money so that the women can take care of the children. Yes, it's true. But when the men bring the money out, did the women tell their children that your father have given you money? So for me, this is the reason why I blame the both sides. I blame the father and I blame the men also. I blame the women and I blame the men. Sorry,
Okay, I don't.
because
All
the
right,
men
here's
are
my.
trying to do what.
Okay, can y'all hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Here's my issue with that. The women are already taking care of the children. As a matter of fact, the men aren't even providing any money. They're sitting up here trying to fight against what little financial support that they're obligated to. The women aren't taking the. I don't. I mean, the black women aren't taking the money and they're misusing it, or they're painting the town red, or they're going out to tap dance with Fred Astaire. No, they use these monies to purchase things for the children. We did a show to where how much it costs to take care of an infant from birth to age 1, and it was over $10,000. And so the woman is using the money that what little money that she get from the man. Most of these dudes don't give the woman anything. Maybe in Ghana it may be a little different, but over here, most of these dudes aren't giving black women a dime to take care of their children. And what little dimes and nickels and pennies she do get from him, she use on the children. No doubt about that. Go ahead, respond. Hello?
Mm-hmm.
Am I coming
Yeah,
through?
I know that. I know that. Yes, we here.
Shout out to everybody in the chat. We on Maximum OverDrive. We are having a little friendly
Yeah, you
debate
are coming through.
with my African daughter over
Yeah.
here, and this is fun. But no, Abby, I see it differently. I see that the women are doing everything. You see, when these men, when they leave the women, right? They leave these women penniless. They leave them with nothing, and the mother has to find some way to gather resources, financial resources, to take care of these children. So I can't. I don't see that one. Now, Gary, respond to that. Let me see where you're going with that one, because I can't stand on that one, because I see black women doing everything they can to take care of their children, even when the man has not given a penny.
Ye-
Go ahead.
ye- Yeah, I know. I know that you see the women have been doing all the kind of responsible for their children. They take care of their children when there's no support. They do that, they must have support for their children. Whatever they are having, they must sell to take care of their children. But what I want the mothers or the women also to know is that when you are taking the care of the children, some women have divorced with their husband, but yet the husband are providing the money
Yeah, let them up, Dane.
or they are providing some of the quality things for their to me to take care of their youth. You see, hello, hello, yeah, because the children, hello, can you hear me?
Yep. Still here. Still here.
Yes, yes, yes. Because the children, some of them, their daddy is not with their mother. So you see, the father have been paying their bills, their school fees, and those stuffs. But you see, we the women, we think, oh, maybe I'm divorced with him, man. So if the father bring the money, I'll just tell my daughter or my son that hey, It's not your father who bring the money. I'm the one who is providing. That's why we are having a whole lot of problem with the men. But when we, the women, are supposed to tell the truth to our son and our daughters, the men will be blamed, but the women will be blamed somewhere. Because
Hmm.
some of time the women are not not doing their job very well. It's the men who are doing it.
Okay, now when you say that, okay, I'm speechless because are you saying that the women aren't doing their job very well? Where? Like, give me a specific area where you say the women aren't doing their job well. Because
Okay,
what I see, they're like overly doing everything. So, educate me. What have I missed? Go ahead.
okay. Where I've seen that the women are not doing their job well is the time when their father brings something. They need to tell the children, this is what your father bring it to you. So they need to let the children know. They shouldn't say,
Okay.
I'm the one
Okay. So you.
providing. That is the problem I'm having with the women.
Oh, okay. So you're saying that when the father does give something towards the child, the mother isn't telling the child that it came from the father.
Yes.
Is that? Oh man, I don't know about it. Whoa. Uh, I don't know about that. I can't. Well, I can't really speak on that either. I've never seen that. Um, Dame.
Okay. Before I come up, is it just me? Podcast is up here with us.
Hey, how you doing? Welcome to the
Hi.
podcast. How
Hi,
are
how are
you?
you guys? I'm good. How are
All
you?
right. All right. Yeah, can y'all shed some light on that one? I'm a little bit at a loss with that. I've never seen that,
Eh,
so
I
I'll let you
yeah,
ladies take care of that one.
I just wanted to ask because if it's statistically relevant and if it's as prevalent as your blanketed statement is making it seem, do you have any data to substantiate that claim? Like, how often is this happening? Is it high? Because if it's happening enough, then there's going to be something to support it because we can't rely on anecdotal information or your friend's cousin's neighbor, in incidents where that happened, and you can't use that as the baseline in these situations. So do you have like a number or how often, how prevalent, how common this is in this community?
Yeah, Abby, she's addressing you. Is she still there,
no, I
Dame?
can hear you. I can hear her very well.
Yeah. Okay. Okay.
Yeah, I'm here, but I can't hear her.
Oh, I can you hear me?
Can you hear
Okay.
her, Abby? Did you hear her?
But yes, now I can hear her. Yes.
Okay.
Oh,
Did you hear
hi.
what she said?
Okay. Can you go ahead and speak, please? I can hear you now.
I just wanted to know because if when we say things like that, like men are doing things for their children and the mothers are withholding information as to where it came from or who did it or they're being dishonest about it, I want to know how prevalent and how common that occurs. Because if that's not the baseline and if this isn't happening all the time, then it's not relevant to the conversation, right? Like if this happened to a few people that or a neighbor or like a cousin, it's anecdotal otherwise, so it's not actually relevant.
And
Do you
before you
have like a
answer that, I just
number?
want to say, I'm sorry. Can y'all hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Yeah.
You're
Can y'all
good.
hear
Yes.
me?
Yes.
Oh yeah. Before you answer, I just wanted to say shout out to the beautiful Cynthia G. Thanks for blessing our chat with your presence. There's y'all.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah,
Please,
I'm
Mr.
sorry.
Mars,
I
can you
just want.
say what she's saying because I can't hear her. She's bad.
All right, Dan, can you translate to her
No, you
because
see,
she's
she
having a hard.
sound a
Uh huh.
little.
Okay, everything's going in and out. Sound check.
I can
Yeah,
hear everybody clearly. I don't know if you can
Okay.
hear me.
yeah, I can
Yes.
hear you
Yes, we
too.
can hear you clearly. So, Abby, did you hear what she said?
Okay. No, I did not hear
Okay.
anything. That's why I said, if maybe you hear what she said, you can tell me so that I'll respond to it.
Dan, Dan, can you help her out because I'm
Okay.
over here working.
Okay, Avana, she wants to know um the she wants to know the stats for this, the numbers that says how often that black women are keeping things from their children that their father are giving them. Or is this is just
Oh,
from
yeah.
personal experience? I mean, somebody or
Nah,
seen.
I have seen it. Hello. Yeah, yeah. I have seen it with my neighbors, and even I have seen it with even my own uncle who is doing that. When he give his wife money for the children because he's not with his wife again. So when he provide the money for his wife for the children, the wife is not telling his children that this is what your father bring it. He just tell them, I'm the one providing it for you. You see that your daddy is not bringing anything home. So all the time, the children might be thinking that it's their mother who is taking care of them, but not their father. I have seen many.
Oh,
I have seen many. I don't know about America, but I have seen many in Ghana.
So
Many
this is
women are doing
anecdotal.
that.
This is anecdotal. You don't have anything to support this claim. It's just anecdotal. It's just something that you've seen, and you're trying to use it as a baseline for your argument. You're saying that this is prevalent and it's common and it happens enough where it deters children from having a positive relationship with their father. That's what you're doing.
did you hear that, Abby?
Yeah.
Did you hear her?
No, she sound a
All right.
little. No,
Okay.
then please,
Okay.
what did she say?
Okay. No. Abby, do this. Um, um, log off and log back on. Okay. Go off and come back on.
Okay, he said I should do I should do what?
No. Just go off and
Okay,
come back
okay.
on, and maybe that'll change it because we can hear her fine.
Mhm. Okay. Is it just me just stepped off and Trinity has
Okay.
come up? Mhm. Oh, okay.
Okay, you back, Abby? I think her Wi-Fi is lagging behind.
Yeah.
Can you hear me, Dan?
Yeah, I can hear you. Uh, is
Okay.
is it just for me? Had to do the same thing. She'll come back in a bit.
Okay. All right. Superpowers. What's going on? Are we blessed with the supreme powers up here?
She's there, but Trinity, he's talking to you, girl.
Hey, hi, I'm
she'll
back.
she'll unmute at some point.
Okay.
Is she muted?
Yeah,
Okay,
she's
Abby, you back?
Yes.
Okay. She was saying that it's
Okay,
just
I'm back.
something. Right. She was saying that it's just something that you saw that you was trying to use as a baseline for your argument. Basically, you have no evidence that this is prevalent here in
No,
America because she. Uh. Go ahead.
Yeah, you see, it's every man who are doing that because you see the women are doing that. The women are doing that. Even though I haven't seen it in America, but I know it's
Mm-hmm.
going on. It's things that something that is very going on all over the world. In black women and then black women, black men, in between black women and black men. This thing is going on
Okay.
very, very well. It's not just maybe I've seen it in Africa or I've seen it in Ghana and I haven't seen it in America. There's people also in America that they are doing it.
Mm. Okay. All right. Now you do know when you make statements like that. I mean, you can make them, and you have the right to make them. But be ready to defend yourself when you make statements like that. Okay. You hear me?
Okay.
All right. Okay. I just wanted to let you know. Just you might go, you might come under fire for that
Yes, I
kind of
can hear
statement.
you.
Yeah. But okay. Just be ready to defend yourself. You might come under fire. Right? So you believe that this is happening everywhere, and that you don't have to see it personally. You just think that it's something that just black women are doing, or all women are doing it.
Just some of the black women, it's not all the black women, but some are doing it.
Okay. Oh, okay. All right. So go ahead, continue.
Yeah.
Okay?
We can't say all black people.
Hey, Supreme Powers, what's going on? What's up?
Trinity time travel. I
Time
just wanted
travels.
to. I heard this
Uh huh.
egregious ass shit. I just had to chime in for a second, if that's okay.
Well, she is talking about what she's seeing, but she believes that it's happening all over the world. And she doesn't. She didn't say all women. She just said some women.
Yeah.
Mm,
Hmm.
yeah. So let me ask you one question. Man, are you married?
Abby.
And
No, I'm not married yet.
strike one.
I'm not married,
The
but I
Oh, okay. Number one, you're not married. So why the fuck are you talking? That's number one.
yeah, I
See,
know
this is
that.
I have a
I know I'm not
okay.
married.
Shut up. It's my time to speak, ma'am.
You can speak,
It's
but
my
the cursing
time to speak.
is not
Wait,
gangster. This is
wait,
not
wait,
Now you're
gangster
not
talk.
married.
wait. Let me tell you
No
something.
Shut up.
cursing, Trinity.
No,
No cursing.
a
Easy,
lot of these
Wait,
easy,
bitches
No
that are
easy.
cursing,
not
wait,
married
please.
have a lot to say.
Okay, do
No,
it without
she been
cursing.
speaking.
wait.
Easy,
Okay,
easy,
just
She's
easy.
do it
been
without
Take it
cursing.
easy.
speaking.
Take it easy. Not a fight. This is not a fight.
Yeah, I'm gonna take
Listen,
it
this
easy.
is not a fight.
Okay, I'm gonna take it easy, but let me say this though, ma'am. You're not even from America. That's number one. That's strike
Just
one.
take it
You're
easy.
not
This
married.
is
That's
not a
strike
fight.
two. And number one, I don't like you. That's
You
strike three.
understand? This is
At
not
the
a
end of the day,
fight.
bitch. At the end of the day, who the
Yeah.
fuck are you? What qualifications do you have to speak, ma'am? Tell me. List the reasons. List the reasons why you have qualifications to speak to our audience. Please. List the reasons. Go ahead. List the reasons. 1, 2, 3. No reasons. Exactly. So let me speak. I'm married. I'm an African American female. I'm experienced.
Yeah, it's true.
I'm a whore, and also I'm a Christian. Well,
Yeah,
not
it's true.
really.
Let me tell
But
you,
anyway,
it's true.
I got more
It's true
qualifications than
that
you, so shut
we
the
the
fuck up.
women, some of us are
Shut
doing
the
it.
fuck up. I've already
Let me
Trinity,
tell you something.
let her speak. Let her speak. Go ahead.
Okay, Trinity, I had to mute you. I told you no cursing. You can argue your point without the cursing. I know you can. I've seen you do it.
Wait.
I'll mute you in a minute.
See, let me
Go
tell
ahead,
you
Abby.
something. Let me
Go
tell
ahead.
let me tell you something. Let me tell you something.
You can't tell me
Let me tell you
shit.
something. If you are not doing it, it doesn't mean that if you are not doing it,
Ma'am, you have no qualifications.
Let her defend herself,
if you
Trinity.
are not doing it, there is somebody also doing it. So we have to say it for them to
I'm
know.
already doing it. You're
Let
not.
me tell you
You're
something.
the one not
If you
doing it,
are
ma'am. You're
not
talking
doing
about
it, and me,
yourself.
I'm not doing it.
You
Somebody's
have
doing
no
it.
qualifications, ma'am, to speak. Why are you speaking? Why?
I need to say the truth so that the women who are not who
You're
are doing
what?
that,
What
they need to
truth?
know it. And they
What
will put their stuff
truth?
to it.
You have no qualifications. You're not African American. You're not married. What the fuck are you speaking to people for in this community? Why? Tell me. List the reasons.
Well, she didn't point out
Yeah, I'm
African
not
American
married.
women.
No, she
It
didn't say
does.
African
Listen,
American.
what I'm talking about
Yeah,
is the
yeah.
audience. She's speaking to something she has no idea what the fuck she's talking about. It's asinine.
Well, she started out by saying it's something she's seen.
Seen on what level? First of all, let me tell y'all something.
Listen, I'm saying it.
We need to listen. Shut up, ma'am. Shut up.
Whoa,
You have no qualifications to speak here. No,
Trinity.
I'm speaking.
Trinity.
No.
No,
I'm
no,
speaking.
neither
No,
one of y'all have kids.
she's
Neither
been.
one of
Listen,
y'all have a
she's
baby
been
father.
speaking. A baby father? What are you talking about? I have a whole husband out here. What are you talking about?
But do you have kids?
Anyway, like I said, she has absolutely no qualifications to speak in this community. Listen, this is my problem here. I'm gonna tell y'all right now. Us as African American people, because we've been stripped from our culture, our religion, our integrity, we are always looking for leadership. And you know what? Leadership, you know, is somebody with an accent. That's why these motherfuckers with these accents, they come over here and run us because we do not like ourselves. That's why people like this can think they. But at the end of the day, fuck these accents. Respectfully.
Some people will tell you, Trinity, that the Africans are our culture.
True, but at the same time, yes.
Okay.
Yes,
Now,
a lot of them, a lot of us are definitely. We're all connected. Okay, listen. It's a
okay. All right. Okay.
system
Trinity.
globally, but what I'm trying to talk about is people with the accents, they our culture. It's not right and telling us what we are and what we ain't. No, fuck that shit. You know what I'm saying? It's not to hate them. I'm not hating on you. I love African people. I love Belizean people, whatever. All black people all over. But this is the thing. Shut your mouth when you're in our community. You're in my house. This is our house. Shut your mouth. You don't know nothing about us. You don't listen. You don't have our trauma. Listen. You don't know nothing about our trauma. You don't know why we angry. Shut your fucking mouth and listen. It's not your time to speak.
Trinity.
It's our time to speak.
Trinity, let us speak. Hold on. Trinity, let us speak now. Let us speak now. Go ahead.
And watch it with the cursing. This is not gangster.
I didn't cuss.
It's all right. It's all right. It's all right. It's all right.
I didn't cuss.
Lady. It's all right. It's all right. It's all right. That's my people. Just let us speak, okay, Trinity? Go ahead, Abby.
All right.
Abby, go ahead. Respond. Is she there, Dan?
No, I can't hear her, so I don't know what to say.
Okay, so
I can't hear her, so I don't know what she's saying. I don't know.
Okay, but just respond to what she was saying before.
Don't act like you didn't hear me. You heard.
Okay, so try go with what you were saying before that. I think her Wi-Fi is messing up again. She's still there, Nate? I can't see the
yeah, she's still there. She's still there.
Okay.
Listen, ain't no Wi-Fi messing up. Listen, she heard what the fuck I'm saying. She just ain't got no response. Like I said, you know what I'm saying? We're African Americans. It's not to discriminate against no other Africans, no other melanated people. I love all my niggas. But at the end of the day, do not come in these communities. You don't know nothing about our trauma, but see, it seems like y'all always got something to say about what we going through and how we react to certain shit. I don't like that, man. Come on, don't come over here talking about me and telling me how to deal with my man. That's my man. That's not your nigga. That's my nigga. Don't tell me how to deal with my nigga. You not from here. Don't come over here with that fancy accent or that exotical accent with the bullshit. I'm not with that shit, man. Don't do that. I know how to deal with my nigga.
Yeah, Abby, would you like to respond?
Fighting. Listen, we are not fighting. Yeah, I like to respond. We are not fighting. We are just finding the solution for that. We are women, and we are finding the solution. How are we going to do to support each other?
Can I ask a question?
That's
Why is the
okay? I'll tell you how to support me. I'll tell you how to support me. I'm gonna tell you right now how to support me. Shut your mouth. That's how you support the American Africans. Shut your mouth and let us handle our own business. I don't come to Jamaica. I don't come to Belize. Hold on, no. Let me speak, ma'am. I don't come to Belize telling you how to handle Belize niggas. Don't come to America telling us how to handle our niggas. Shut your mouth and watch.
No,
I would like to know.
Is it just me?
Is it just me? Is back?
I just want to ask her a question. I just want to know why.
I'm not here to fight or to.
No, wait a minute. Hold on. Let me ask a question.
Anybody on
because it sounds like she's.
I'm here, like, I'm speaking general.
Let me ask you. No. You got questions? I got questions too. Why are you so obsessed with telling African American women how to handle their men? Why are you so obsessed with that? I don't think I ever seen a stream where an African American woman came to Belize or came to Jamaica telling you bitches how to handle Jamaican men. I don't think I ever seen it.
Okay, mute her. All right, listen, ladies. Okay, listen to me. All right, you can have your differences. It's fine, but please let each other speak. Okay. Let each other speak.
It's fine. I'll let them speak, but at the same time, I'm just saying, don't ask me no questions. You don't want me to ask the same question to you, though. That's all I'm saying.
Oh, she can handle herself. Okay. Is it just me?
Yeah, it's just me had asked the question. Can you repeat it?
Me wanted to ask the question.
Mm-hmm.
Is she there?
She was. Yeah, she's there.
Okay, well, listen. Let me ask a question.
Yeah.
Let me ask a question.
No,
How many? Anybody in the Anybody in the chat room? Anybody on the panel? Have y'all ever seen an African American woman go to Belize or Jamaica or Brazil and tell them how to handle their men? Anybody? I'll wait. I'll wait.
I don't know how you expect this.
But never. The answer is never. Because we mind our business. Why the fuck all these motherfucking exotical accents is coming over here telling us how to handle our men? Shut the fuck up.
We knew this topic can get a little hot. We was prepared for the smoke. We knew it can get a little hot, but let's let each other speak though. We don't mind bumping heads, but let's just let each other speak.
I'm gonna put myself on mute. I'm gonna put myself on mute.
We came up here prepared for the smoke. We knew it can get a little hot. All right. So, ladies, who's next?
I'm hoping Abena can be able to finish what she was trying to say.
Oh yeah. Abena, finish saying what you was gonna say first, and then we're gonna go to It's Just Me. Yeah, Abby.
So as I was saying, that is what we need to find. Yeah, I said we need to find a solution for that. We need to find a solution for that because as we Black women, we are always being blamed the men for everything. I know the men's fault, but sometimes we shouldn't blame the men for everything. We need to blame ourselves also. That's what I was trying to tell them. I was trying to tell every woman. As a Black women, we shouldn't blame the men for everything they are doing. But we need to blame ourselves sometimes.
Oh, okay. Let me say this. At the end of the day, like I said, apart from me saying that you're not from here and you don't understand, okay? number one, you can only speak for your men.
Okay.
So speak for your men and wherever the fuck you came from. I don't even know where you came from, but I know you're not from America. Okay, so speak for your men. Don't talk about all women, because you can't talk about all women because you don't know who we are. You don't know our culture. You only observing us. You are an outsider, speaking on things that you have no idea about. So stop speaking on us. See, this is why you have problems with African American women. And I have a problem with you because people like you like to come into our culture. This is our culture. And you like to speak on our culture where you have no idea what the fuck we're going through. You don't have the trauma. You don't have the genetic trauma. You don't know what the fuck we're going through. So don't speak on us. Shut your mouth and listen. It's okay to just shut your mouth and listen. Speak on your culture. Don't speak on our culture because we're individual. You came from a whole different culture and a whole different climate. You came from your own ecosystem, but you're trying to come over here telling us what the fuck we need to do and how we so wrong. No, fuck that. Now I know you're trying to put.
Let me ask you this.
You trying to? She trying to put it in the all women category, but would you understand? It's not all women when you're dealing with different cultures.
Well, let me ask you this, Trinity. Have you ever had a comment or an idea about something that you observe from a distance? Something or someone?
Yes, of course, yes.
Is it any different than what she's doing?
No, no, of course. She has her opinion, but that's why I came up here to challenge that opinion. Like, we all got opinions. We all have our own perspectives. I understand that.
Right.
But
right.
I wanna make sure that the panel and also the audience understand that she's speaking from a perspective, her own perspective from her own culture. You cannot come into our culture telling us how to deal with our men. You cannot do that. I mean, you can if you want to, but it's not. First of all, it's disrespectful. Okay. Secondly, you're misappropriating. You're trying to basically integrate yourself into our culture when you don't know nothing of what's going on because you don't have the same trauma we got. We got trauma. You don't understand that. Now you got trauma from whatever island you came ever, and I respect that. I would never ever in my life go to Jamaica or wherever the fuck you from and try to tell those women, oh, this is how you need to interact with your men. That's stupid. Because I don't know nothing about you people. Because I don't have the same trauma, I don't have the same bloodline. Stop coming over here telling us how to deal with our men. You know what the fuck we going through because you don't have the same trauma. So shut the fuck up and just listen. Don't tell me I'm going wrong. You have trauma. And now let me tell you something. I can easily go over to Jamaica or to Belize, wherever the fuck you from. I can go try to exert myself as a leadership. You know what I'm saying? It's how those women are wrong, not knowing about them, not knowing the trauma. I can do that easily, but don't do it because I'm minding my own fucking business. Don't come over here to African American culture thinking that just because you got an accent and just because motherfuckers listen to you because they got some sort of fetish. We got fetish to listen to motherfuckers that have an accent. I get it. But don't take advantage of us. I'm not about to let you do that. You don't know what we're going through with our African American men. So shut the fuck up. Deal with your people and your men over there. The men that squirt out your pussy over there, that's who you deal with. Come over here and tell me to deal with my men. Don't that to me. I'm not gonna let you do that. I'm going to mute.
Okay.
Oh. Oh.
But in all fairness, I don't believe she was trying to tell black women how to handle their men. Yeah, speak for yourself.
No. She didn't tell me directly, but she's trying to put it under the umbrella of all women. But it's not all women. We have different cultures, so we have to respect these different cultures.
Okay, Trinity, now's your turn to listen.
Yeah,
Let us speak.
I'm on you. I'm
Get Abby.
listening.
yeah,
I'm
I
listening.
know that. But listen, I was trying to say all black people. I'm not saying American women or maybe African women or African men or Black American men. But I was just saying it all black people. I am black. I am not a white person, but I'm black. So if I'm speaking, I will speak on behalf of the blacks.
No,
I'm not
don't tell me
speaking
what you
on behalf
tried
of
to
the
say because
white
I
people.
heard exactly what
So
you
that's
said.
why I was
Don't tell me what
saying
you tried to say.
black
You said
people
what you wanted
only
Trinity,
to
need.
say. I
Trinity,
respond to that. Go
Trinity,
on.
stop trying to
I'm on.
correct her while she's talking.
Yeah,
Trinity,
let us speak, Trinity.
let her speak, Trinity, then you can come back.
Right. Get Abby.
At the end of the day, like I said, she's not
Trinity,
speaking.
Trinity, wait your
All
turn.
right. She has nothing to say though. Okay.
Give her time. Give her a moment. Whew.
Yeah, well, we figured this would get a little volatile.
Yeah.
Uh, you know, it's a
Whew.
very touchy subject.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay, but here, let's let is it just me speak? I'm sorry, she's been up here very quiet and
Yeah,
patiently waiting to speak.
yeah,
She
unfortunately.
ain't quiet. She just ain't got shit to say no more. After I shut that shit down. At the end of the day, like I said, you know what I'm saying? I'm not gonna be respectful. But at the end of the day, we gotta stop allowing these foreigners to come in and tell us how to fucking run our own ecosystem. At the end of the day, we are in our ecosystem. We know how to handle our women and we know how to handle our men. These outsiders are
Okay,
coming in with the
there's just one
okay, I'm
problem,
going.
Trinity. She wasn't talking about how to tackle men. She was talking
No, no,
about
no.
that we
Well,
should.
no, she tried to put us all under an umbrella, and that's not right because we're not all under an umbrella. We have different things and different scenarios that we're going through. First of all, number one is this. In an African American community right now, we are having a gender war. So what you're not gonna do is you're not gonna be an outsider coming in telling me how to motherfucking wage warfare or how to subside or how to have anything when you don't know what you're talking about. First of all, you're not a part of our culture. You don't know what the fuck you're going through. You're basically just trying to attach yourself to us, and it's not right. I'm not gonna. You're not gonna sit here and be the voice of me. I have my own voice, and I deal with my men how I deal with my men. You gonna deal with your Jamaican men or whoever the fuck you come from. You gonna deal with them. Don't come over here trying to tell me how to deal with my men. I know how to deal with my men because I was born here. I get it out the mud. I was born here. Don't tell me how to deal with my men.
Okay. All right. Is it just me? You want to jump in while you can? Okay. Whew.
She has
Can you
nothing
hear
to
me?
say. Go deal with your niggas.
No, we was
Trinity
asking the
time
other lady on the.
travels.
Yeah, we was
All right.
asking the other lady on the panel if she wanted to say anything.
Is it just me?
I'm waiting.
Yeah, just be patient. You know, people been having problems. You've been borging yourself a little bit. All right. Let's see. Is it just me? I don't know. She's having a little issue. She's unmuted, but she ain't saying
And
anything.
so let me
Avenor is
chat,
out.
right? You guys hear me?
Uh-huh.
Thank you. Hear me?
Okay,
Yeah,
yeah.
to the chat. You know, we expected some fireworks. We knew this topic would be hot. So apparently it's yeah, we knew it would kind of be hot, but we just want to try not to disrespect each other and let each other have their say. We don't mind the differences of opinion. We don't mind you guys bumping heads. Let's just try to do it respectfully and be a little civil about it.
Okay.
But we knew it was going to be some gunfire.
Okay,
That's
so
why
do
we're
y'all
not
think
tripping
I'm
too
being
much.
disrespectful or I'm just speaking my mind? Because at the end of the day, I'm not trying
Well,
to be disrespectful.
it's a bit of both. You're calling her bitches and all that, and we don't allow that up here. This is a haven for black women. We don't allow black women but you're my peoples though, and I know how you are. So I don't mind letting you speak, but just tone down on the calling out of a name. I don't mind you speaking your mind. I want you to. You know,
Okay.
but you ain't got to curse her out.
Yeah.
Okay,
Right,
okay.
Yeah.
right. You got to lay it out.
No. I've heard you,
But
and I know
speak.
you can state what you're saying, still as forceful without the cursing.
Yeah,
Okay, I try, I mean, I curse like a sailor, but
yeah.
I'm gonna try to calm it down. I'll try to calm it down. I apologize for y'all, but
It's
But
cool.
I'm just saying what I'm trying to say is because I'm very passionate about it. You know what I'm saying? At the end of the day,
Yeah.
there's a lot of women that feel like how I feel, but they don't have they don't have the courage to speak up. I'm speaking up. At the end of the day, it's because we're tired of outsider women coming in and telling us how to deal with our men. First of all, you cannot tell us how to deal with our men. At the end of the day, if you're
But
gonna speak on your man. Don't come and speak on our men and
yeah,
how we react to our trauma, because we have different
right, but
trauma,
that's not
and I respect that.
right. But that's not what she was saying though. She wasn't trying to tell you how to deal with the men. She was talking about something that she observed with the women.
True, but what
Is
I'm trying
Abby
to
still
say is
there?
this. Okay, true. What I'm saying is she's trying to put us all under the same umbrella. We're not all under the same umbrella, though. You know what I'm saying? I'm not trying to disrespect her point of view, but at the same time, understand this: we're not all under the same umbrella. Okay, African and American women, we have a different trauma. So don't come over here talking about um for instance, a lot of women might say, okay, from different cultures, they might say, okay, she's angry, she's bitter. You don't know why I'm bitter, so why are you speaking on it? Just shut up and listen and learn. You know what I'm saying? At the end of the day, don't come over here trying to tell me what I'm doing wrong. Just listen and observe and learn. You know what I'm saying? And that's a problem, because you think, because first of all, your men are not acting like our men. So how can you even speak on how I'm reacting to my man? I'm not coming over to your country and your culture. I'm not telling you how to deal with your man, because that's your business. Why you all in my business?
Okay. Okay, just like you said, some men act like the bee. She is saying that even though there are some men who do
I
act the
heard what she
bee,
said.
all right, then
Is Abby still there?
no, she dropped off.
Okay.
And is it just me is having a problem? Okay, yeah, I'm gonna send the link. Just me. Here we go again.
Yeah, but you definitely speak your mind. You know what I'm saying? Of course.
My thing
I
is
love it
this:
when you.
it's easy for her. It's easy for her to come over here and talk about how women and how we not being respectful and how we not being whatever that you say. But this is the thing: you have to understand what we dealing with. Why we're so angry? We're angry for a reason. Women, listen. Let me tell you something. Women of any culture, you know what I'm saying? We're naturally and biologically prone to being submissive and being cooperative. But at the same time, there's a reason why we're in warfare right now. So for her to come over here, trying to do this kumbaya shit, it's not kumbaya when our niggas are literally waging war against the black woman's image. This is not kumbaya. Now we have to fight because we have no choice. How dare you disrespect me, come over here and telling me that I'm doing something wrong for defending myself? and any other black woman. And I'm a light black woman. I'm a pretty light skinned black woman. I'm like literally like a black man's dream. But let's talk about other black women. You know what I'm saying, dark skinned black women who have to live and fight every day just for basic respect. This shit is not right. How dare you come over here and tell us how to fight? Fuck you. You know what I'm saying? And it's not fuck you, but I'm just saying. You know what I'm saying?
I understand.
That's why I say sit back and observe and watch. Don't come over here correcting us. What you're doing is
I got you.
Did she come back up yet then?
No, she hadn't come back up.
Her Wi-Fi must have went down.
Okay. Anybody else want to add to it? Because I think
It's just me is up here.
yeah. Okay. She's off of mute. You want to try your mic now? Is it just me?
nah. I hear you. I'm here. Just fine. I hear you.
No, she's having an issue with. Is it just me that's having an issue with a mic?
Yeah. She was saying in the back that she was talking, but we couldn't hear her.
Right.
That's why she keeps going in and out, in and out.
Check the. Yeah.
Let's see. Let's see. Her mic settings at the max. You know, I can go back to auto adjust.
No, it's something on her end.
Okay.
So anyway,
Yeah,
I mean,
so-
you know, I beg to differ. I basically think that she just ain't got nothing to say. But at the end of the day, like I said,
Nah,
you know, we gotta
that's
stop
not
letting
her.
these outsiders.
No, Trinity, that's a totally different woman right there. That's not Abby.
Yeah, it was just a discussion.
Well, like I said, we knew this would
Sorry
draw
about that.
fire.
It's-
I talked to Abby in the back chat. We knew that this would draw fire. She was prepared for it. So you know when everybody,
We just wasn't expecting a nuclear trinity to come through. But
Yeah, can you guys hear me?
Oh,
Yes.
good. We can hear you now.
Yeah, there we go.
Oh my God.
Yeah,
Finally.
we can hear you.
Sorry. I think my frustration with Abina, she may have been well intentioned, I understand, but I think my frustration is
I'm going on mute.
in addition to what Trinity is saying, I think the problem is and Black men have the same expectation, the expectation that we help them become men, we police them, we help them reach economic thresholds. The issue I have is because Black women are leading in all of these statistical categories. So I wanted to ask her, why is the onus again on Black women? It's almost like she feels that Black women do not have a plight to transcend, that they don't have their own systemic barriers, that rearing children in addition to going to school and working is not, there are no barriers. So in addition to all of these things, there's an expectation that we need to do something for Black men. I take umbrage with that. That actually bothers me. I probably would be going off just like Trinity at this point. I take umbrage with that. That's a problem for me. In addition, single mothers or mothers in bad relationships where men are not stepping up, they're leading in these categories. Or women without kids, they're leading in this category. So they need to be responsible for turning boys into men, into petulant children, because that's really the mentality that these adult men have. They're children psychologically. And the expectation is that we must continue our plight and we must fix their plate. No.
Thanks.
The onus is on them. They need to pull their thoughts out.
All right. Okay, let me
Okay.
ask you a question. Can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. Do you see any point of black women and black women reconciling a relationship with each other?
Sorry, ask again, sorry?
Do you see any point of black men and black women reconciling a relationship?
Oh, I see a point. I see the relevance. I understand the
Okay.
significance of it. Yeah.
Well, in order for us to reach that, right, we have to be able to have a conversation where we ask each other the tough questions. And those answers that come out of those tough questions might not be to our liking, but we have to hear them in order to heal, or we'll never get anywhere.
But isn't there a difference between having the conversation? I don't have a problem with having these conversations, but if it's intellectually dishonest, so in other words, if we're asking questions that we know the answers to, because we know what black men, what type of time they're on, we know what they're doing in our communities and to our women and to our children and to each other, frankly, where it's not, it's disingenuous. We know we know the social climate. We know what's happening in our communities. So asking women, what do we need to do? How should we do it? I feel a black man on the panel who was unlike you, Max, because you're not a part of this demographic with respect to, I call it degeneracy. But if we had another black man on the panel who aligned himself with more, degenerate behavior, then maybe we could have the conversation and try to figure out, what he's willing to do, what he thinks, but we kind of know the answers to these questions, and it's and I understand why Trinity is so angry, because when it comes from a woman like Amina, who's also not from North America, so it's like a 2-for-1. You're not a part of the same social political climate as we are, so the dynamics are going to be different off the rip. And in addition, you're aligning your talking points and your perspective with men. Because that's what men say. Men come in and they say, you need to help us fix this. You need to stop doing this. That's what men do.
Yeah, well, my stance, if you've been listening to me at all, my stance is this, I don't believe in accountability on both sides. To me, there's only accountability on one side. And people say I'm too hard on men, I'm too hard on black men. And I don't think I'm hard enough, because we are the leaders and we've dropped the ball. Our leadership is piss poor, excuse my French. And the absentee father thing is absolutely devastating us. And now we have merciless children running around in the street, murdering women and children. Children with no guidance who was left to fend for themselves and be raised in the street by animals until they became animals themselves.
Right, but we
You
also
guys hear
have.
me?
Yeah, no, I heard you. I think it's important for us to also keep in mind that in addition to children being raised in single parent households, so they're already being raised with deficits, a lot of social and emotional deficits. It's no surprise that a lot of them grow up and they become dysfunctional, or they struggle with mental health, because poverty, there's a correlation between one income in the home, single parent household, and poverty and mental health. There's a direct correlation. But it's important for us to also remember that who's making these communities unsafe? Like, it's one thing if we had if there were a couple of things that we had to deal with. I'm pretty sure black women would be able to remedy those things, because from everything that I've seen historically in my own family, observationally, Black women are the most resilient people on the planet. That's my observation. That's what I've seen. But we have Black men, we have Black adolescents, grown adults. I can attest to this. My own brother, I can, and he's in his 40s. They are making these communities with these vulnerable.
Is she Boygan there?
Yeah, she's barking. Hey, is it just me? Hold on a second.
Children,
You're barking?
these fatherless children.
Oh, she couldn't even hear me. Okay, all right. Up on the panel now is the honest truth.
Hey everyone.
Hey, before we do that, hey, what's going on? Let me respond to something. See, this is why I'm so angry with my brothers, my so-called brothers, because you cannot simply leave the woman by herself to do everything all of the time. Eventually, she's going to break down. She's a human being. She has a threshold. She's going to lack somewhere. And then because you left her to do absolutely everything all the time, you blame her for breaking down, which is going to happen over a period of time. You just simply cannot do everything all of the time. And this and this adds to the dereliction of a lot of young boys, because the mother just simply cannot raise everyone perfectly all the time. It also adds to the immaturity, because they don't have anything from the father. It also adds to the not having any respect for authority, because there is no father. And boys, once boys get to a certain age, they no longer take their mother seriously as an authority. Maybe when they're like really, really young, they're afraid of their mothers. But once they get some muscles and get up some height, they don't pay their mother any mind anymore. The father can still strike fear into the boy, even up to the age of 20, 25. The mother has an issue with that once the boy gets too big, where he still needs discipline. This is where the father can still keep the boy under control. And so this is why I'm so angry with my so-called brothers, because the absentee father thing is just devastating us. It's a dam with a million holes in it.
You have
I
the
yield the mic.
you have the absentee fathers, and then compound that with Black men pumping drugs into their communities. Compound that with the fact that the Black children they'll grow up, because their minds are not set up to conceptualize and to understand the nuances of their plight. It's not until you get older and you educate yourself that you understand the multiplicities in your plight. But as you get older, you look at your mom and you have resentment towards her, right? Because everything that's happened to you, in your life, is predicated on how well and this is in the mind of psychology. It's predicated on how well your mom raises you. What opportunities you didn't have access to, resources you didn't have access to. It's all the mom's fault. So everything, the burden of whatever failures, everything is on the mother. And even when you're in a healthy relationship, when you're married, raising healthy, productive, and happy children is the hardest thing in the world. When you're doing it on your own, I can't tell you the anxiety that these women face. The anxiety is profound because the stakes are so high, and you don't have Black men mentoring. Okay, you don't want to be a stepdad. Okay, fine. But you don't have Black men collecting, organizing, going into these communities and mentoring and helping children understand. You have one parent, and it's not easy. And this is the reality of the world that we live in. Let's educate ourselves. Let's have some compassion and empathy. And let's make sure that you do better. We don't even have that. No one's even organizing and mentoring. How hard is it to organize and mentor and go into these communities? How hard is that?
That's just the point. I see Avana's back. Did you want to say anything, Avana?
Yeah, I'm back.
Okay. All right.
Okay,
So
you can go ahead saying whatever you are saying. I don't know what actually they were saying because my network was on and off, so I need to restart my network. That's why. But I'm back.
okay. All right.
Like I said, it's easy for me to go into Jamaica or Africa and act like I know what the fuck they going through and talk and be a leader. But at the end of the day, what I'm not going to do, you know what I'm saying, while I have a chance to speak here, what I'm not going to do is allow you to speak for our people. Okay. At the end of the day, I know a lot of you Africans think that we don't have no culture in America, but we have a culture. This is our culture. Stay out of it and stop trying to motherfucking be leaders over here. First of all, go deal with your men. Your men are not acting like our men. So that's why we're responding differently. Okay? At the end of the day, like I said, what is it about you? Why are you so fucking obsessed? Go deal with your men. Stop telling us how to deal with our men. We're dealing with our men how we're responding appropriately. Oh, the only thing you're doing is trying to sabotage us. So just stop that shit. Okay? You think I'm an angry black? I am an angry black woman. I have a right to be angry. What's going on in America? I have a right to be angry. How dare you come over here and tell me not to be angry? Fuck you. Go to your men and tell them how to act. Go to your
But
sisters
I
and your
did not
brother,
talk.
whoever fuck you.
Listen. I did not talk
Listen,
about
no, fuck
American
you. Fuck
alone.
you. I don't want to
well,
hear what the fuck you have to say. Number one, I don't respect
hey,
you because you're not
okay,
respecting me.
Easy, Trent. Easy, easy.
I
easy,
respect
Trinity.
you. I respect you because you are my sister.
If you
That's the respect
respected
I
me,
have
you
for
would
you.
be silent. If you respected me, you would be silent. Silence.
And I want to say something
That's
on
how you
Trinity's
show me
behalf.
respect. You're not a part of my culture. Stop it. Stop trying to motherfucking hijack my culture. Stop it.
And I want to say something on Trinity's behalf. Abina, I didn't hear, what kind of created the the situation we have now. And I know you're from another country, so I hear. And I for one don't have too many issues with people of other countries kind of giving their insider perspectives on American sociopolitics and things of that nature. But it
But
is
it's an
different.
observation, though.
Well,
It's an
right,
observation.
right, yeah. Well, that's what I was saying, Trini. I'm on your side here. It is different though. However, when you try to critique it without necessarily understanding a lot of different facets, so it would be harder for me to accept critique from somebody who and this happens a lot on my channel from guys who are African or Caribbean or Jamaican or whatever it might be,
Hmm.
and they'll say something about the women, but they've only been here for 6 months, and the area they live in is mostly white
Hmm.
people. So it's like, well, it's a little harder for you to say something and me to acknowledge that because you don't understand. But I'm always open for critiques, right? As long as it's constructive criticism. First and foremost, thank you, Max and Dame, for
Hmm.
your panel. I appreciate y'all so much, and I put you on my recommended channel list, Max and Dame
Oh,
as well.
great. Thank you.
Yeah,
Appreciate that.
your links are on all of my live streams and videos, and if y'all get the time, I'd love to have you on the channel as well, man. Both of y'all,
Absolutely. Absolutely.
definitely. I'll put my email in the
Mhm.
private chat. Just email me whenever you can, and let's make that
Okay.
happen. So
No problem.
I want to echo what Trinity is saying to a certain extent, Abina, and that is that listen, I'm all for constructive criticism as long as it's not coming from a hateful or a gaslighting perspective, right? And so in this case, I've had men come onto my panel, literally a man who calls himself Stampitis. He makes a lot of money. He has a child by a girlfriend of his who helps run his business. She's beautiful, she's loyal, she's faithful, and from his words, I kid you not, he said this verbatim. She's the best woman that I could ever have in my life, and she still is not married to this day. And so we were trying to ask him, why haven't you married her, or why haven't you at least proposed to her, or at least spoken about marriage with her, and his excuse or his reasoning was that, well, I want to wait till I make a little bit more money before I end up marrying her. So right now, if we take in the statistical argument that they like to give on my channel, 70% of black women are single mothers or whatever it might be. All black men are Harvard statistician majors and graduates in astrophysics apparently now. But if we just take in their argument that 70% of black women are statistical single mothers, then at this point, so is Stampidus's girlfriend, right? The one who bore him a child, the one who helps run his business, the one who is, from his words, the best woman that he could ever meet. And that plays into that 70%. She is technically, on paper, a single mother, right? Even though she is doing everything that a woman could do, right? And so what we see here is a big issue, Abina, is that even women who do everything they're supposed to do, that they don't necessarily make a quote unquote mistake or choose a F-boy or choose the wrong man. Even the women who do go as far to be loyal and produce a child for that man, they still end up being persecuted and chastised against by most men in the black community. Now, the manosphere as it stands is 1 million plus strong in just the black sector alone. This number is going to continue to grow. Okay. And so what we're getting ready to see, and I'll turn over my mic in about 10 seconds, is more hatred. There's going to be more evilness. There's going to be more physical attacks, emotional attacks, spiritual attacks against black women who are doing as best as they can. And God forbid anybody in life, especially if you're a black woman, makes a mistake. God forbid you do, because that mistake will be held over you for the rest of your days in black America. I'm a black man, and I can see this from my own two eyes. And what I see is very disturbing. So that's all I want to say.
Well said, my brother.
Thank you.
I guess.
Yeah, I think you guys are misunderstanding her, though. She's not trying to speak for black women or tell black women what to do. She's just merely stating that there was an observation involved with what she talked about. She saw this happen in her family.
But the observation is but the observation is detrimental to our umbrella. She's trying to put us all under the same umbrella, but it's not. Our men are not acting the same way as her men. So at the end of the day, we're not under the same umbrella. Listen. I'm dealing with hell, fire, and hell, and you dealing with a couple of raindrops. Don't come over here telling me how to respond. Don't you dare do that. That's all I'm saying. You come here from a perspective where your men are kind of like sort of acting right, your niggas, but at the end of the day, we dealing with different niggas. So shut the fuck up. Just observe and shut the fuck up. Don't come over here telling us how to deal with our men. We're dealing with our men the way we need to. We're literally in a gender war. Don't you come over here while I'm in literal warfare telling me to be soft and submissive when you have when you have the privilege and the opportunity to be soft and submissive and operate in your femininity. I don't have the luxury to be feminine. How dare you? You're disrespecting me, and I'm gonna disrespect you the same way.
Okay.
And to kind of sentiment with Max, and I think it's good that Max, you're kind of bringing up the devil's advocate argument. I think that needs to happen sometimes as well, right? I think that's very fair. As long as, once again, the critiques are truly something of constructive,
right?
Constructiveness, right, for lack of a better term. And I'll wrap this up. I understand the frustration of Trinity. I completely hear. What I hear is passion. I hear a lot of pain. And so Abina, I know it's tough to hear. You might not understand and say, well, there she goes. She's a black woman, angry black woman again. But I think that we all need to take a step back and say, well, you know what, there's something else behind this. There's a lot of passion. And but Max, I do understand the perspective that you're bringing as well, which is, hey, you know what, is there something that we can do different? I appreciate that too. So
I think if Abina was North American or from the United States, I think she would understand Trinity's perspective. I think she would understand Trinity, even her even the passion, the frustration, I think she would understand it.
Oh, she's fine.
One of the problems.
Abby, is she there? Thing?
Oh yeah, I'm here.
Yeah.
I'm here.
Yeah.
Okay,
I'm
Abby,
here.
speak. Speak. Let people hear. Okay, y'all, let us speak now. Okay, go ahead, Abby.
Oh no, I understand with what actually my sister is saying. Sometimes you see, you need to understand other people also. One, we all are learning each other people culture. I'm in Africa, but I need to learn something from America because I know American people are my people, are my brothers and my sisters. So I need to learn something from them. And you also need to learn something from me because I'm an African. One, you are not in Africa. That's why we are trying to be friends, being brothers to each other. So we are not fighting. We are just learning from each other. We are trying to be understanding. If there is a problem, we need to solve it. This is not issue by insulting or doing anything. Yeah. If I say something wrong, you might put me, oh, what I said is wrong. This is how you need to do it. But it's not insulting matter or doing something else. We are one people. We are black people. I cannot do discrimination. When I see black American, I cannot do that because I see them being my brothers and my sisters.
Okay, what I want to ask you is this. At what point did I discriminate against you as a person or being African? I never did that. The main thing that I told you is to just shut your mouth on African American women and how we're dealing with our men. That's the only thing. And it has nothing to do with you being African or Brazilian or Jamaican. I don't give a fuck where you from. Like I said, I don't even know where you're from. I don't care. The point is, you coming with your own perspective and basically telling women in America, black in specific, black American women in America how to deal with their men, but you don't understand our culture
N-
because
n-
you're not of our culture. And that's no disrespect to you or where you come from, but I'm just letting you know sometimes it's more beneficial for you to just shut your mouth and observe before you start speaking. Now I understand everybody want to be heard. I want to be heard. Everybody want, that's just a human nature. However, before you start trying to speak your opinion, understand who you're talking to. Right now, you're talking to an audience of Black American people. And right now, we're going through a gender war. It's just like any war, even in your own country right now. If you had a war right now, wouldn't it be disrespectful for an outsider to come in and say and try to give their opinion? Who gives a fuck about? Nobody gives a fuck about your opinion. We're going through some shit. Your perspective does not matter. Do you not understand that? And it's not it has nothing to do with discrimination or me hating. I love African. I'm just saying it has nothing to do with you being African. It has everything to do with you trying to implement your own perspective into some shit you have absolutely no idea what the fuck you're talking about. Don't come over here talking to me about no kumbaya shit when our men are literally attacking us. Don't come over here with that shit. That's all I'm saying. I have no discrimination against black. I love black people. And not only am I B1, but I'm just black all day. You know what I'm saying? If I could, I literally, if I would, my idea world would just be nothing but black faces, all different cultures, all different nationalities, all different languages, all different religions. I don't give a fuck. I love black people, but I'm drawing a line right here. Don't come to me telling me how to deal with my men in my own ecosystem. Deal with your own ecosystem. Don't try to come over here being, because of your accent or whatever you're dealing with, come over here trying to be a big fish in a little pond. Listen, first of all, sit back and observe. I can tell by the way you talking. You do not understand what African American black women are dealing with. And more specifically, there's a whole nother dynamic with colorism and dark-skinned Black women. So you don't even I can tell by the way you're talking, you don't even understand that aspect. You don't know what the fuck you're talking about. So just stop speaking. Now, it's not like I'm trying to silence you or trying to disrespect you. I'm just saying, you don't know what's going on, and you don't know what you're saying, how it's affecting us. We are responding appropriately. You're sabotaging our movement. That's what I'm trying to say. And I understand you coming over here with the kumbaya shit. That's cool. But understand, first, that's what I say. It's best to just be silent if you don't know what the fuck you're talking about. That's all I'm saying. We're dealing with something that you probably have never experienced. Our men are literally our men are literally teaching each other to pump and dump us, not love us, fuck us over, take our money, leave us with babies. Now, maybe that's not what you're dealing with, but don't speak on us because you don't know what we're dealing with. We're responding appropriately. We're fighting. We're in a war right now. So just shut the fuck up. Don't speak if you don't know what the fuck you're talking about. That's all I'm saying. I'm not trying to be angry. But, I mean, this is what we're going through in America. Black women, we have been literally destabilized. Our family units are destabilized. Do you know what that means? We have an inability to make money and build businesses, build communities. Come on. This affects us. Maybe not to you because you have the whole African continent to call your home. We are a lost people. Don't you come talking to me about no goddamn kumbaya. We fighting for survival out here. So just shut your mouth. That's all I'm saying. If you don't know what the fuck you talking about, just shut your mouth. We fighting for families. Literally. I'm done. I'm going on mute.
Whew. Okay.
Yeah,
All right.
I just want to say, that's powerful, man. That's very powerful. There's a lot going on right there. I'm gonna go ahead and step down, but I just wanted to thank y'all for your platform. Trinity Time Travels. Feel free to email me, reach out to me. I'd love to have you on my panel someday. The email's in the private chat. There's not much I can say past that, and so I just want to thank you all. I'll continue watching, and hopefully I'll see y'all soon. Okay.
All right.
Good night, everyone.
Thank you, the honest truth.
Oh yeah, the honest. Oh, he's gone. I liked his last video. So I watched one of his videos. It was a really good one about somebody in the MGTOW group, and so he committed suicide, unfortunately. But it was a good breakdown.
Okay. All right. I'm gonna have to check him out.
Yeah, no, damn, it's really, his content is actually really good too.
Mm-hmm.
And that's why you guys, the three of you guys together, it would actually be really good.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Well, I understand what Trent is talking about.
Yeah.
The opposite, the opposing sides will, take what she's saying and run with it. You see? It's not just us when we know it's them. But she was speaking on a particular group of women, and
Yeah.
she misspoke. Well, wait a minute. I didn't pick up that she misspoke. I didn't think she was specifically, but I could see how it went there.
I think she was giving an anecdotal story, sort of an isolated incident, and she was trying to use that as the experience or something that happens the majority, something that happens so much and it's so common that it's an actual problem. And I know for a fact that that's not the problem. When she talks about women, or fathers buying things for their children and mothers not disclosing that to their children, I know for a fact that that's not a part of our plight. Like that's not the issue. So I think when she said that, things went really left, because then, yeah, then once again, the responsibility, the onus, according to her statements, the onus goes back on Black women to remedy the situation and to communicate everything, like to the child on the father's behalf, like. So then it gets into that kind of back and forth again, and I think it's misguided. I don't think that it's actually relevant. So I feel everything Trinity's saying.
Yeah. Well, I don't think you usually have to communicate unless the child is hurting. Um, I know how a situation um, that involved where the mother was telling the father, you know, if you're not going to come, don't come. No way did her child misunderstand that she was keeping her father away from him. He understood, father make promises, didn't keep good on it, and he hurt every time that it happened. And he kept wondering what was wrong with him.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
and that particular person, he was beginning to think because his father always had time for his sisters. Not the he, his father have a children, a bunch of baby mamas, but they're all girls. He's the only boy, but he father somehow managed to find time for them. He was beginning to think the only way he'd get his father's attention was if he was a girl.
Oh
That
wow.
mindset went into a certain direction. Luckily, it did not, but it made the child be even more so not like his father. It made him very aware, I am not ready to be a father. Back in some ways, he's more responsible 20 than I'm hearing grown 35, 40-year-old men.
It's
But
sad.
he don't have a relationship with his father. He don't have a relationship with his father's side of the family. He was Curtis when his grandmother died. He went there, but you could see that he was like he sat totally separate from where his sisters were. He went to his sisters. He greeted them. He consoled one or two of them because they were closer to their grandmother than he was, and he was being the big brother. You know, but when you saw where he actually sat after he consoled his sister, when the services started, he was further to the back on the opposite side where usually guests do, unless there's just a large family overflow. There was not a large family overflow. He could have actually sat there with his sisters, but he didn't feel like he should. Okay, I gotta stop that. I went into story mode.
No, but that as tragic as that story is and that experience, that happens more prevalently than the examples that Abina was giving. Like that, I think that's the problem. We need to focus on the story that Dame just told, and how tragic it is, because absenteeism, it cultivates a lot of psychological distress. Like I wish that men really understood how much havoc it wreaks on a young child, even an adolescent, and even an adult. The havoc that it wreaks on their psyche, and Dame, that happens. What you're talking about, that tragedy, that's that happens prevalently in our community. What Abina's talking about, I don't see that as often. I don't
Mm-hmm.
see it enough for it to be an issue.
Mm-hmm.
Actually,
Yeah.
I've never seen it. I'm not gonna lie.
Well, I seen an aspect of it, um, where, but I don't know if it's because the child was really young. This is a certain type of woman. I don't see many women like this, but they very derogatory to the child's father and to the child. You know, and they always claim F your father. I do this, I do that, I do this. And for years, the child thought the father never did anything for the child. Turn out, the father was paying child support. A lot of the gifts he got came from the father, or a lot of gifts they got, I should say. This was uh, a couple of children. And stuff like that. And they didn't find out till years later, which made them mad at their mother. But that was a certain type of one that you're right. You don't see it often, but I've seen something like that often enough, you know, but not enough to make it like a whole. Hmm.
Can I tell us like a quick story, because it's the paradox for me is interesting, because I
Hmm.
was raised in a single parent household.
Hmm.
And I would ask about my dad constantly. Constantly, I wanted to know if I looked like him, if I acted like him, what was he like, was he clean? I just bombarded my mom with questions. I wanted to know everything about him, and she was always complimentary, always complimentary of him, that he was a good dad. I think the only bad thing that she ever told me was that he had a bad temper. That was the only thing. He had Graves' disease, which is an autoimmune disease, and he had a bad temper. That's it. But as I got older, we reconnected after 30 years. Somehow he found me, as if he was looking, but he ended up finding me. And when I found out who my father truly was, I was almost angry with my mom for kind of selling me the dream of what I thought my dad was. I thought that it wasn't that he didn't want to be in my life. It wasn't that he was a bad father. It wasn't that, it was just things happened. And so that abandonment sort of became a part of my identity. I didn't even really look at it as a bad thing, because my mom was so complimentary of him. She was so positive about it. She didn't allow herself to feel the pain that his absence caused, and the trauma that it caused, and the deficit financially that it caused. She didn't even allow herself to get there. But when I got older and I reconnected with him after 30 years, and I realized who and what my dad was, I wish that my mom was more honest with me, because I was beyond disappointed. I was crestfallen. Like, I couldn't believe that this was my dad. All my life I was told he loves you, he loves you. He doesn't know where we are. I was just sold a dream. And when
Hmm.
I actually met the dream, the man of my dreams, not in that way, but sort of, my dad, my father,
Yeah.
what I was met with was beyond disappointment. The rejection, it was just, I'm still in therapy over it. So I wonder where the fine line is between, because I don't agree with mothers bashing the fathers. I don't agree with this. Even psychologists will tell you you should not ever do this. But at what age and at what point do we start to be more honest? Because my father beat my mom's ass, even when I was pregnant, when she was pregnant with me, like beat her ass.
Hmm.
This was an extremely violent man. I can't even tell you the things he's done. But at what point and when do we have the conversation with our children that this is who your father is? Maybe these are the things that led to his absence. What age, what point? Because lying, it doesn't do anything but set the child up for emotional collapse and failure. So I
Hmm.
wonder.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, I came from a single parent household too. My mom and dad never married. My mom did marry my stepfather when I was 10 months, but I don't remember asking too much. Mostly what he looked like. I was really young. I knew my stepfather wasn't my dad though, and I had my grandfather, and I had an uncle, and later on I had younger uncle. Well, uncles closer. They were like big brothers and little brother, and I had all these older male cousins and stuff like that. So I missed them, but I didn't. She never said anything bad. She just answered my question. If I asked a question, what does my dad look like? And she'll answer. Um, She never told me too much about his temperament and stuff like that. But I got the gist of it that he didn't want to marry my mom from my grandfather. My grandfather had nothing nice to say about my dad. He thought he was a no good ninja. And okay. So I did see my dad face to face when I was really little. And I was supposed to go with him to Alabama. And then I realized, wait. He may be my father, but I don't know what the heck who he is. And I didn't go. So he would call every year for the summer, or I would call something like that. And then when I was 7 years old, was trying to call him to say, "I'm ready. I'm gonna. Can I still come for this summer?" Strange woman answered the phone. Oh, wife. He got married during that time, and he hadn't told her about me. Okay. So he asked for time to tell his wife. Uh, okay. Few years passed by. 14 years old. I had given up on him. I gave my mom a Father's Day card for mother. You can't find them anymore, but there was one. And my mom um, smiled at me, but I knew something wasn't quite right. And when she got to my godmother, who's her best friend, and she thought I wasn't there or it was gone, you know, outside or something, she cried because she didn't know. She felt like she failed because I gave up on my father. She saw that card for what it was. I gave up on my father. Still to this day, have no contact, no way of reaching them, nothing. All the connections I had, phone numbers, I lost it. All he is a name and a particular region of the United States. And I found out like fairly recently that how really no good he was. Not that he was abusive to my mom. No, he didn't want to claim me. He didn't want to marry. Okay, I knew he didn't want to marry my mom. My mom didn't force him to marry me. But he tried to claim that I wasn't his, that my mom fooled around. I could have been for anybody. My grandfather wasn't falling for that. And he would have forced it. My mom hadn't put her foot down and said she wasn't forcing no man to marry me. Yeah, one of my aunties opened her mouth, but she spilled it after my mom, years after my mom had passed away. So, I already kind of knew by his actions something was not quite right. So, this kind of put a further nail that, okay, he tried to say I wasn't his. Yeah. So, I have my little issues and stuff like that. But we all do. I think that's what Trinity is
Hello?
trying to say. We all have our
Is everybody
little
there? Can you guys hear me?
issues. Oh, I can hear you now. Oh, you were trying to talk? I'm sorry. Yeah, but I think that's what
Mika, I actually only grew up seeing fatherless homes. That's interesting. That's very interesting.
now.
Damn, I
Okay.
can't hear you. I can't hear anybody. Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, you're a little digital, but I can hear you and understand you. Well, when I was coming up, that's when we start transitioning into a lot more single parent homes, or the parents were
Uh-oh. Can you
divorced.
put a 1 in the chat if you guys can hear us?
Mm. Ye- Okay, and I think they can. Okay, but yeah, if y'all can hear us. Okay.
That's interesting. Kendall said that. Kendall, were you referring to my mom when you said she deserves a lot of praise? Because I don't feel that way. I don't, and I'm very old. I'm not. It's not that I'm angry with her, that I have resentment towards her with respect to that. Oh, I have static. Uh-oh.
Okay. Well, I had friends whose parents were divorced, and I thought she was crazy because her father kept inviting her every year to come spend the summer and come meet people, and she just said she just wasn't ready yet. And I guess between me working on her own urge and her dad, so she started going around her 12th year. And yeah, but I started noticing this is an unusual thing that I've observed over the years. All my friends that grew up with their dads in the home, their parents stayed married, never divorced, they became single mothers. And all the ones of us that grew up in single mother household or single parent, or we was primary with our moms and stuff like that, we grew up, well, those of us who did, got married and did have a kids and have a married household. And I was like, how did this happen? How did this reverse itself? You figure with the example of the girls that grew up with their fathers in the house and stuff like that, that they would be the ones that be the least likely to be the single mothers. But no, it's those of us who did not grow up with our father, um, or he wasn't in the same house and saw him from day to day, or they saw him as a weekend dad or summer dad, something like that. We don't. Those of us that did, I didn't get married. I didn't. I don't have no kids neither. uh, yeah. There's a few of us that was in that extreme, and then there's the ones where they married before they had kids. Married, had kids. Few of them are divorced now, but that's pretty much the way it was. And the ones that grew up with their dad in the household and stuff like that, and was in their life always, those are the ones that became the single mothers. It was just an interesting observation that I made growing up. I start looking all around. And I see all my friends, the ones who grew up with their dads, they're single mothers. The ones that didn't grow up with their dads, they married women. Oh, yeah, you have friends that still don't have children. Yeah, then there's the us group, the ones of us who still don't have children. A lot of us, is something. Most of us fit in this category. Um, well, I didn't have siblings, but the ones that do, I babysitted a lot. My goodness, I babysitted since I was. Well, if you want to be technical, I babysitted since I was 2. But without adult supervision since I was 10. And I dealt with a lot of kids. So they want to have kids. I knew I was not one who's going to raise kids by myself. I'd rather not be married, not have kids. I was not going to be a baby mama. I was not going to be a single parent. I was going to be married. My partner was going to help me raise our kids. But
And that's interesting.
Mm-hmm.
No, go on.
Yeah. So I was very determined. Oh my goodness. I have friends around me going, when you gonna have some kids? I say I ain't married yet. And they like, you don't have to be married to have kids. I said, I have to be married to have kids. But and many of them, they started off right. They started off married. But the father left. Some of it for the stupidest reason I ever heard. But anyway, yeah. So there's a small core group of us. We don't have kids. We're not trying to have kids. Our mindsets are almost the same. One, she don't want to have kids. Period. She raised her younger siblings. She's tired of kids. She don't want no kids. The most she'll do is babysit, and you can take them back home with you temporary, just babysitting. Because she got a bunch of nieces and nephews. So that's the most she's gonna do. She said, "I don't need to have kids. All my siblings got kids. I don't need to have any." There's me.
I think that's interesting. Not to cut you off, I just think it's interesting how everyone, and this is not even a stretch, but everyone that I knew, like my core on my streets,
Mhm.
everyone that I knew, they all had children out of wedlock. They all came from homes. They were all came from single parent households, or if there was a man around, they definitely weren't married. So I think that it's interesting because you grow up seeing your mom as a single mom, but you don't have the understanding that she's struggling as a single mom, right? You don't even really think about that.
I kind of saw it. You see, my mom was a little unusual, and her friends thought I was crazy. I was aware of when we didn't have enough money to pay the bills. Like the electricity or the water or the wintertime gas and stuff like that. I was aware of, even though she never said it, but she was unaware of how much I listened and observed, or how much I picked up on. I knew when my stepfather gambled away the rent money. I remember us going through all the furniture and try to get 10% of our rent down to pay the landlord to keep from kicking us out, to give us a few extra days until her check comes in. I remember her
Oh,
having
I know
a
that.
job that just paid just the rent. And if she wasn't working at a restaurant where the owners make sure her people had food and stuff like that. And in one or two cases, I came in because my stepfather disappeared, and that meant there was no babysitter. Yeah, and but it was a family restaurant. It was a family black-owned restaurant, so I just was up there with the rest of the kids. She always managed the way to make sure I eat, even if it was just milk and rice, bread and milk. Stuff like that. I had a certain awareness, but she kept a lot of it away. I didn't think about, did I see her eat? She
Yeah.
would tell me stuff like I ate at the job, which is possible true if she was working at a restaurant. But there might have been times when she didn't, or she ate very little because she took the bulk of it home to make sure I had something to eat the next day or two and stuff like that. Yeah, so I was kind of aware. I was aware of bills. I saw her write down the bills, what needed to be paid. She was organized like that. She made me a part of the decision. If we just had enough after paying the rent for only one of utilities, which utilities are going to keep? It's going to be the electricity, the water, or sometimes the gas. And I had a decision in that. She didn't make me the permanent decision. She's just like, okay, need help. And to this day, I can think that way, you know. Um, so I was aware of Bill's situation. I knew things weren't perfect. I saw my stepfather through rose-colored glasses. I didn't find out a lot of stuff he did until much later, like his extreme jealousy. Closest thing I saw to it was two times. One, when I nearly drowned at the swimming pool, and my mom was so grateful to the lifeguard that saved my life that she hugged him. He got jealous and was ready to fight with the lifeguard. He was possessive. He was a possessive man, in the sense of her with being around other men. Because hey, my mom was a beautiful woman. I can't knock that. But it interfered with a lot of stuff, like jobs. Like she had a job working as a receptionist to this dentist. To make up for it, he didn't have a lot to pay her. Free dental work. To this day, I'm still not afraid of dentists because I went to a pediatric dentist. She worked at a pediatric dentist. And so I dealt with a dentist as young as maybe almost 1 year old. So I have no fear of dentists. I don't get why people fear dentists to this day, because and he had a fit and lost her the job. It was a great job. As far as my mom was concerned, it was a great job. You know, free dental work for everybody in the family. My stepfather, her, me. Okay, restaurant. Because the men that work in the restaurant are gentlemen, they walk to the car. Okay, maybe one or two was flirting. All I know was they came home to pick me up from the babysitter, and she was fussing at him. The man was just walking me to the car. You know, he wasn't hitting on me. He knows I'm married. Why did you do that? That's how I found out my mom lost a job because my stepfather got jealous again.
Yeah, see, it is another example of I remember my brothers. We got evicted so many times because of my two older brothers, just
Mhm.
wreaking havoc in the neighborhood. But I never. I didn't have the awareness that you had, Dame. I was almost a latchkey kid. I was out. Being inside was a punishment. My mom was never home. We didn't have cable, so being at home was a punishment. As the sun came up and I was gone, I was outside. I was cognizant enough to know that once the street lights come on, you go inside, and either maybe mom's home, maybe she's not. But I never had the awareness that my mom was struggling. She was very emotionally, I don't want to say withdrawn, but collapsed. Like she grew up in foster homes, and she was molested at a very young age. So I think that emotionally she's been shut down for most of her life. So I didn't really have any awareness of that. She ended up dating an alcoholic who ended up being my stepdad for a very, very long time, and the father to my youngest sister. But I saw those struggles. I saw that dynamic play out. I saw that, but I never saw my mom. I never saw her struggling in that way. It wasn't until I got older and I realized, okay, maybe being a single mom, maybe you can't really do it effectively. Maybe you need help. But the girls that I grew up with, they see their mom and they don't sort of take heed. It's just it's a part of their life. It's almost like having a couch, you don't pay attention to it. You don't understand, it doesn't have any impact on your life. So these girls grow up and they don't see the need for marriage because they don't understand marriage. They can't identify with a married couple and a mother and a father in the home. So it just becomes a normative. It just becomes your baseline. This is all the girls. It's so sad. All the girls that I grew up with, this was the baseline. Oh, I saw my mom doing it. Like, she was fine. I turned out okay. I mean, you find out a little bit later on, maybe you didn't turn out as well as you think you did, but you learn. I mean, you kind of figured these things out after the fact. And then sometimes the children that you end up having in these very toxic relationships, they end up being collateral damage, right? That's why mentorship is so important. Seeing examples around you and expectations and standards are so important, right? Because if all you know is absenteeism, single mothers, and dysfunctional, abusive relationships, that you're more likely to engage in those same kinds of relationships. That's just the way that it works.
Go to the extreme to avoid them.
Or yeah, right. Or you go to the extreme to avoid them. Either way, if you're on one end of the spectrum, either way, it's going to be dysfunctional. But that's just how you do what you see, right? If you can see it, you can be it. Sometimes you're not seeing very, very great examples play out in real time as you get older.
Yeah. But don't assume that the kids and that all kids are not aware, because I picked up on the moving to the rent, having to stay overnight at my babysitter. My mom begging the babysitter let us stay overnight, or let me and her stay overnight. My stepfather had to sleep in the car, or wherever he had to do because it was his fault anyhow. I'm overhearing a conversation. They don't think I'm hearing, of an older woman telling, giving advice to my mom. girl, your man ain't no good. He's gambling away the rent money and stuff like that. Is it's one thing when you gamble extra money, but the necessities. No, any man that could gamble the necessities, you don't need to have. That's when I started realizing gambling. I didn't pick up on when my stepfather babysit me, had me playing craps. Apparently, he had a reputation, and they didn't trust him, but he didn't trust them neither. So I ended up throwing the dice, and he would just tell me, and I would, if he tell me what I had to throw, I would throw it. So that encouraged him to make sure I was, there when do the craps. But he had to learn the hard way that when I said I'm tired, I don't want to play no more, to let me stop. Oh, I was gonna snake eyes. It was just it's the innocent of babies, of luck, angels. That as he called it, tell me throw such and such, and I would throw it. But once I said I don't want to play no more, that's a wrap. He taught me things that was wrong. Not he's not a pedophile. I'm glad my stepfather was not one of them. But he taught me things like how to roll a joint. I still can do it to this day. I ain't done it in a while, but I went through a 20-year, but I didn't do it. He was the highs and low roller coaster man. You have your high, your good moments, and you're doing good, good,
Yeah.
and then you do something, and yeah. So she would break up, and they would get back together. But he did the final thing that there was no coming back from it. Nope. Did he hit her? Nope. He didn't abuse her. But he did the most unmanly, cowardly thing that I could think of. And that'll be a story for another time. But yeah, and that was the final. That was the final thing.
The
that was
nail
like
in the
no,
coffin.
there was no coming back. There's always a final thing. There's always a line a man can cross. That
I don't know.
there's no coming back from. But it's different from man to man, woman to woman. And these
My mom
guys
never
don't
had a
get
line,
that.
apparently.
Oh.
Apparently, my mom never had a line, and that's another thing too. When children see at a young age their mothers go through things, and it doesn't make sense to them, they're kind of like, well, what's going on right now? He should be like, we're saying leave, go, get out, never come back. Like, we have knives in our hands, pots in our hands, but she's sort of, she's shut down, she's withdrawn, and she can't really muster the courage or the strength, or maybe she's just afraid to be abandoned once again. Like, I don't know, but I think, because I remember growing up and hearing things, hearing my mom whisper, or hearing conversations, or hearing my stepdad in drunken stupor, and my mom would be, crying and overwhelmed. But my thinking was, even when we had social workers come to our house, my thinking was, everybody lives like this. That was my thinking. Me and my girlfriends, we all thought that everyone lived the way that we lived. Right? It's like when you're a kid, your worldviews are shaped by what goes on around you, by your environment. And I just assumed that, like, everybody lives like that. I didn't see any issues with my stepdad drinking every single day and being inebriated every single day, or my brothers pummeling him every other day. Like, that was my baseline. And I always made the assumption, maybe it was cognitive dissonance. Maybe it was, this is how children cope. Maybe it was like, well, I bet everybody else lives like this. It can't be that bad. Oh God.
Well, that's why Max always say is black men's fault, because our environment is so dysfunctional. We think this normal, and because we think the dysfunction is normal, that is where black men should be held accountable. They did ensure the environment by them walking away from their children, or neglecting their children, or failing the paid child support, even something as simple as that, which would alleviate the stress somewhat on the mother. They have created an environment where the children are vulnerable because the mothers are vulnerable. They either breaking down
Exactly.
from the weight of it, they stressed out, or they trying to do the best they can, but they're not supposed to be doing it alone. So they're snapping out, they smacking the children, they cursing them out. You know, not all mothers, but enough of them to that's the connection. You know, yeah, my mom swallowed pride and she went back to her family. There was a little up and down with my mom and my grandfather, but I knew my grandfather had her back. Well, for the most part, you know, I knew if I needed anything for me, both of them would put their differences aside. I always knew that. I had my mom's brother. I had my grandfather's own brothers and stuff like that. Because for a while there, we stayed with my grandfather's brother when we was making our way back to my home state now, to my grandfather. Our people were there, you know, to help out, you know. So my mom was, and there's some women that are lucky. They had their fathers, they had their brothers, they had their male cousins. They, you know, they had a community of good black men. But the women that don't have that masculine support to kind of lift some of the burden off or to help out, you know, especially when you're dealing with discipline of boys, you know, they need, and discipline the girls too. But you know, we figured men can make boys into men. So we tend to think men for boys. That's on this, you know. But but also for the girls, the man for the girl, my self-esteem is good. My grandfather, I was perfect. My grandfather loved women, but he especially loved little girls. They are the apple of his eyes. Me, my cousins, his own cousins' children, you know, they are perfect. Even when we do stuff that ain't perfect, you know. But I was always beautiful in my grandfather's eye. You know, even when I did wrong and he correct my wrongs, he still loved me. He let me know that no matter what I did, he loved me. Even when I made him mad or even when I disappointed him, which I have done, he had my back. He loved me. Even when he gave in to some vice and he was at his weak point, he loved me enough to not let his vice take too much control over him. That love fought that vice. Not enough to make him let it go completely, but enough to put me before it or tolerate things he wouldn't have tolerated. So I have a fairly healthy self-esteem. I have a little issues and other things, but the fact that I'm going to take any man, let any man treat me any kind of way, no, 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 no. That was not gonna happen. My
See,
grandfather
yeah.
was trying to teach me how to defend myself when I came under attack by a young guy. He wasn't punching me or anything, but you know, he was not. He was being very aggressive. And my uncle, who's a little older than me, couldn't be there. He rescued me one time because he happened to be getting off the bus as we were walking from school when I was being attacked. But he couldn't keep doing it because one, he couldn't always be there. Two, he was way older than this boy. So they decided they're gonna teach me how to fight back, all the vulnerable part. And they had to unwork the part of the programming that my grandmother, my mother did, that you don't hit men there. You don't hit boys there. You're gonna kill them. They had to unprogram that. I said, but what if I kill somebody? I said, if a boy or a man attacks you, then he deserves to die, and he is wrong. So you're going to defend yourself. You are not going to take it trying to defend a man who's trying to hurt you. So they had to work and so I could defend myself, or at least lay them low so I can get away and get home. My grandfather did this with my mom when she went away to college. He gave her brass knuckles and a switchblade. He taught my mom how to use a gun.
I don't think and that's why it's so important to have support around you. Like you need strong support around you, especially when fathers and men just
Yeah. Yeah, but if your community is so saturated with
decide that they don't want to be fathers
delinquents,
and
yeah, or men who don't want to be fathered, or they just want to spread their seed everywhere, and you got children growing up thinking that it's normal for their mom to raise them by themselves, or that their dad is the Rolling Stone. Just you see them when you see them.
yeah.
If
I
you
think
see,
that that's why
all
my
right,
mom put up with so
mm-hmm,
much. Actually, that is why. That has to be the reason why she put
mm-hmm,
up with so much. And that's why we saw so much at a very young age, because she didn't have a safety net to lean on. She didn't have a mom, a dad, an uncle, a brother, a cousin, a sister.
mm-hmm,
Like she didn't have anyone to lean on. You know, she didn't
mm-hmm,
have a safety net. She didn't have any familial support whatsoever. So she was very vulnerable. And a part of me thinks that men knew this and they preyed upon that and they exploited that, because it's like I can kind of do what I want within reason and you're not going anywhere, right? Because my mom has six
mm-hmm,
kids and all of us have different dads. So that should tell you, that should just tell you the men
mm-hmm,
kind of saw that this was an extremely vulnerable woman and they exploited that.
mm-hmm,
And me knowing my dad and everything that he's done and the kind of person that he is, he's not even a man, but I can completely see that they call men like my dad a key collector. Like they go to different women, they
mm-hmm.
impregnate them and they collect keys, and when one fight gets into a fight with him, he goes to the other woman's house, and then when
Oh
that
yeah.
doesn't work, he just kind of goes all he's got kids all over the place. So I think having a support system it's going to be integral to anyone's success. It
Mm-hmm.
is imperative to the betterment of the child. It's going to be imperative to your psyche. It's going to be imperative to your self-esteem, and it's going to be imperative to what you allow to go on in your household. Right? Like it's imperative, because if you don't have anyone to lean on, if the one person that you have to rely on is a drug addict or an alcoholic or
Mm-hmm.
extremely abusive, and you don't have any options, then I mean,
You gonna hang on to them.
right?
There's yeah, and then there's the women that they can't be without a man. But I can understand if you have kids that urge, because as I said, I am not going to be raising no kids by myself. I'd rather just not have it. But because I kind of grew up, even though I have male relatives that have some vice and stuff like that, so even though I loved them and they did a lot of good things, and they still had their issues, and I saw enough of it to kind of see men a little differently.
Yeah,
I can love them through their imperfections, but that doesn't mean I want to marry it, or I want to tolerate it and stuff like that. you know yeah, and I'm fine with, okay, I'm gonna be your friend, not your family benefit, your friend. No, we good. Or I've had moments where I'm still in that moment where I'm shut down dealing with me. Shoots. Not to mention with Roman male relatives, you never know. You might end up small town. We don't want to get no stereotypes. I'm gonna have to go outside, outside of my state in some cases. Oh, okay. But anyway, oh yeah. So, all right. So don't think the younger your child is, they ain't picking up stuff. They'll notice stuff like if y'all moving often, y'all just settled in and then y'all got to move out again. Something is, they don't know what it is, but for some reason y'all got to move.
That was
You
me.
know.
That was me.
Mhm.
Damn, that was my childhood. We were
Mhm.
constant. I probably went to 10 schools before I got to high school. Like that was me. We were constant. There was never stability. My purview growing up was chaos. Like
Mhm.
chaos was something, and it was sort of ingratiated. It was like a part of who I was. That's why when I
Mhm.
met chaos on the outside, I instinctively knew how to deal with it. It brought a calm to me in a very weird way. That's why I got into social work and I got into child and youth care, because that's my baseline. Chaos was my baseline. I think that you kind of become a prisoner to to the chaos. You become a prisoner to your plight, to your
Mhm.
environment. Some people go away from it. I don't think I have six brothers and sisters. I don't think any of them. I think one of my sisters, but she's dysfunctional in other ways. She's the only one that doesn't have kids, and she's the only one that maybe is on the complete opposite end of the spectrum. But all
Mhm.
of us, it's like a form of Stockholm syndrome. We identify with the chaos. We
Mhm.
identify with the dysfunction. We see ourselves in the dysfunction, and therefore it's hard to see the problems in it. It's hard to see that this isn't good for you because so much of it is a part of your identity. So much of it was a part of the way you were raised and the way your worldview is, how you saw the world and how you interacted with the world. Like it's really hard to differentiate between, or to sort of pry yourself away from that reality. It really wasn't until I got older and
Mhm.
I saw a different part of the world, right? I got out of the marginalized, criminalized communities, and I saw that people didn't live like where I live, and the way that I was living was not healthy, was not okay. And then I started to understand trauma, and then I needed to educate myself. Part of educating myself was understanding myself and understanding children, and what different things can do to their psyche and their pathology. And it really took me becoming an adult and having that thirst for knowledge. Why did these things happen to us and not so, and then I come out into the world and I see other people have different experiences and they can't relate to mine. Why is that? Like being even growing up, having six kids, like being my mom having six kids with six men, I, it wasn't really a point of contention. It was
Mhm.
always kind of like we all kind of accepted it. It was just part of the tapestry and the fabric that was our home. It really wasn't. It wasn't until I got out in the world and I was like,
Mhm. Okay. Okay, Kendall. Okay. Okay, black women should never think that they don't have option as long as different variety of black men exist. You always have option. You just have to love yourself enough to make the right choice. Okay, that's the thing,
no,
Kendall.
but can I respond to that, Kendall? So you said
Okay.
black women should never think that they don't have options as long as different varieties of black men exist. You always have options. The operative. I think the operative sentence is you just have to love yourself enough, right? So if you come from an environment where love, care, when you're deprived of those things, it's hard to love yourself when you are in an environment where you are not loved. You grow up with the feeling or the understanding that you're not worth loving, right? Or your views of love are entirely distorted, right? The operative part of that is it's not a choice, right? When we're being raised, the environment cultivated around us and that shapes our worldviews, it conditions you, right? It
Mhm.
becomes a part of your identity, becomes a part of who you are, and so you come out of that and you see something different, something that doesn't resonate with the way that you were raised, right? That's the important piece that you're missing. It's not a choice. It's really not a choice. You are like, nobody wants to have a low self-esteem. No one wants to look at themselves and say that they are not worthy of love, that they are not
Mhm.
worthy of kindness, of empathy, of compassion. Nobody really actively wants to say that to themselves. People are taught that. You are taught how to love, and you are taught what love is. And if you are deprived of that as a small child, that becomes your baseline, that becomes your norm. Your views of love are distorted. Self-love and external love, it's distorted entirely. It's not a, and that's not a choice. That's just conditioning and socialization.
Yeah. And okay, the right choice. Okay, every choice looks like the right choice in the beginning. You know, as I said, the right choice and the wrong choice or look alike in the beginning. Now,
Exactly. And
mhm,
exactly. But growing up,
and
I'm telling you guys, I never saw anything wrong with six. And it's funny because people in my neighborhood would be like, wait, you guys all have different dads? And we were always very flippant and very nonchalant about it. Like, yeah,
yeah,
like we all have different dads. Like, that's, but we still, because people will be like, oh, you're brother and sister? Like, you guys have the same mom? We're like, yeah, you guys look completely different. We're like, well, okay, like it wasn't really a thing for us. It wasn't a thing for us until we got out into the world, and the world sort of placed judgment on our mom, who is an extension of us. That's when we sort of were like, wait a minute, so this is not a common phenomena. Everyone here has the same dad. Oh, okay, I got it, heard you. And that's when we have to, and that's what I'm saying. It's your upbringing. It shapes your worldviews. It shapes who you are.
hmm
It's not as easy as making choices. It's not a matter of going left or right, up or down. It's not a matter of between good and bad. It's not like that. It's so much more complex and nuanced. And and no one in my family has been able to transcend their plight. Like, my eldest brother was shot 6 times. Both of my brothers have been incarcerated for most of their lives. So they've been institutionalized. They don't function as well on the outside as they do on the inside. They are institutionalized. They have children, the cycle continues, right? It's just that this cycle of abuse and trauma is so cyclical. And when you're so entrenched in it, it's hard to see outside of it. It's hard to see that there's even a problem with it. When you think that it's normal, you normalize it. You've been socialized to normalize it, right? Because
uh-huh.
it takes people on the outside looking in, to stop that hamster wheel, to say, wait a minute, this is not okay. This is abuse, this is trauma, this is neglect, this is food insecurity, this is shelter insecurity.
hmm hmm Yeah, yeah, like yeah. So because even once I got um, we came to my hometown, I lived in different sectors, so I ended up having different friends. I had well, one of two closest friends at the time when I was growing up, because we had a lot more in common. Where except okay, we both was growing up in single mother household. Except I've always until I was about 2 or 3. I've always been a single mother household because my mom and stepfather eventually separated and then eventually got divorced. Back in them days when it wasn't instantaneous divorce, you had to be separated for so many years before you got the divorce. Anyway, and their parents were separated by divorce. So, but they knew who their father was. They saw their father and stuff like that. At least every weekend or every summer. Well, except for one who was being stubborn, you know. But she saw him. She knew him, knew the people and stuff like that. And I thought she was lucky. But we all was being raised by our mothers, except um, except they had a sibling. I did not, you know. So that was another dynamic, and both of their siblings were boys. So that's a little interesting. The closest thing I had was a younger uncle and an older uncle. But not all the time we was in the same household. Sometimes we were staying with my grandparents. But I got to see that. I got to see my grandparents married. I knew that my grandfather married twice. That's why his children from his first wife didn't exactly look like his children with his second wife. And I grew up with the grandmother that was his second wife. But I knew my biological grandmother. So I saw all different families. I saw some with fathers who were there, and they were fathers, and they showed them how to do stuff and did fatherly things. And then I saw some where the father was the father in name only. He was in the house, he paid the bills, but he didn't have too much to do with his kids. Didn't do anything. You could have said that his wife was a single mother with a husband in the house. I don't know what to call it, but I knew there was something a little off about it. What's up with your dad? Just didn't want to be bothered. And I saw some who's single mothers because the husband died or their boyfriends died. I saw some, them and the man never got married, and they went their separate ways once she had the baby or once the child was a certain amount of age. I saw it all. I was in that generation where my mom could kind of look bad on because she was a single mother and she never married my father. And the town is small enough to know that my grandfather and his cousin, who's a preacher, was finna do the shotgun thing. No, I mean literally, they would have took a shotgun. Well, actually, they wouldn't need a shotgun. They were rough men. They were bare knuckle fighters, and that's with each other. You can imagine what they do to somebody. And every bad thing I ever heard about my father came from my grandfather. But yeah, and my mom was the women in the town, especially those that was older, thought my mom was crazy that she didn't make the man marry her. You having this baby? He put it there. She was not about to marry no man. So mom was looked a little bit down on for that, but as I said, dynamics would change, and it seemed like every 10 years. So now it's starting to become normalized that women and girls, I say girls because some of it starts very young. We're talking about from as young as 16 to as late as 20. To me, that's young. My mom had me when she was 20. They considered that too young. They were trying to some distant relatives was trying to adopt me, especially since she had no husband. But this is the South, so you gotta take in certain things. So
Hold on,
yeah,
I just wanted to address.
It's becoming normalized, even those in my generation who did. It's becoming normal because they say stuff like, "When you gonna have a kid?" And I'd be like, when I get married." And they say you don't have to marry to have a kid. That means it's becoming normalized.
I think that and I wanted to address Kendall Rowland because he said just me.
Okay. He said something else.
He said, hold on.
This self-hate that is poison in the Black community is not natural.
He said, so are you saying that Black people should look for love outside of our race? Who will love us more than we love ourselves? We got to realize, no, you missed my point entirely. What I'm telling you that love is taught. We learn how to love other people. We learn how to love ourselves. We learn self-care from our parents and the adults around us. So what I'm telling you is that at a young child, when you are neglected and when you are deprived of those very, very important things, you grow up and in your pursuit for love, because it's distorted and you don't know what it looks like, You grow up and you subject yourself to a lot of abuse in an attempt to find love, right? But because you were neglected, neglect and abandonment, it become a source of love. It's almost like Stockholm syndrome, even though Stockholm syndrome, they've debunked that, but it's almost, you identify with that. You have to teach your children what love is, and they learn what love is based on the amount of care that they are given, right? How much do you care for them physically, right? Like the nutrients that you're providing, the attention that you're giving to them. That's how you show children what love is, what caring means, empathy and compassion. And when children are deprived of these things, they grow up, and when they go out into the world and they think that they're adults or they're adolescents and they want a boyfriend, they look for love, they look in the wrong places. Because what love looks like to them, based on their worldviews, based on their experiences, their earliest experiences, love is distorted. Love is almost synonymous with abuse and neglect and abandonment. That's what I'm saying. I didn't say anything about dating outside your race. I'm saying that self-love is taught. Because if you are raised in an environment where you do not feel loved, where you feel unheard, unseen, and uncared for, it's very hard to look at yourself unless you're completely narcissistic. And even then it's superficial, because narcissistic personality disorder, the root of it is a deeply insecure individual that compensates. But if you are deprived of it, you grow up and you don't know how to love yourself. You don't feel that you are worth love. You don't even know what love is or looks like. And that's why a lot of them look in the wrong places. That's why a lot of them stay in abusive, cyclical relationships. I don't even know what you're talking about. The rest of that I didn't say anything about race. I don't know what you're saying.
That's just Kendall. I don't know. I guess you could say blind spot. He thinks anytime we're saying anything that seems to be not black love, that we're talking about going in that direction with another
No, you're
race.
not listening, Kendall. That's the problem.
Yeah. So I was closest to the friends in the beginning, the friends that hey, we always being raised by our mothers. But I did start differentiating when I started, like, who's that man right there? Oh, my dad, he's coming to pick me up for the weekend, or he wants me to spend holiday with his people. I was like,
Yeah.
oh, you're so lucky.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
And they thought I was a little weird because, they were kind of mad at the dad. I don't know what the reason was for the breakup, but for some reason they said it was their dad or it was their mom, or it was both of them. Oh, I had one. She blamed both of them. She said they were being selfish. They weren't thinking of how it was going to do her and her brother. Yeah. I was like, it might not have anything to do with you. How it's not going to have any. Well, anyway, I'm getting into a whole nother story with that one. But yeah. I've seen women who if the man wasn't possessive, I mean, it could be extreme jealousy, possessive. They thought that was normal. They thought that meant he loved her. If he was so jealous that he threw her against the wall, violently had sex with her, like it sounds like rape, but she said, "Nah, I liked it."
Oh my God.
Anyway, yeah. So and yeah, and she was so used to the chaos, she would provoke it. She would provoke a fight because that was his reaction, was proof that he loved her. I couldn't get used to that. I was like, that's not
exactly.
normal. But then she also was extreme too. She got jealousies. Her man cannot look at no other woman. Not even casually, like say he's in a conversation with a woman. She want to know who that woman is, what he is to her, and why is she talking to him. I had an inkling of that when she was trying to tell me she saw my man coming out of this woman's house and he hugged her. I mean, oh no, came to the woman's house and he hugs her. And I was like, okay. And she was like, but he hugged her. I said, well, how did he hug her? You know, was he was body close a long time? And what she described to me is like a normal pat hug, you know, nothing, you know, suggestive about it. And I'm like, okay, thank you. And she said, you're not gonna do anything about it now. It's a hug. Shooks. If he could get over seeing me hug strange guys, I could get over him seeing him hug strange women. And she said, no. I would never let my man. I said, yeah, but he's not your man. I had to go through it with that. She thought I was weird. I said, look. I had to. She kept coming to me with, he was at this other woman's house. He cut hair. And he went to some of the women's house to cut hair because they didn't have time to make it to the barber shop. So he went to their place to cut the hair. I said, okay, I had to finally have a talk with her. I said, look, unless you catch him buck naked in the act, please don't tell me anymore because it's just upsetting you and it ain't bothering me. He hugs the woman. I don't care. I said, you seen me hug a bunch of men and it was never what you thought it was. 2 of them were my cousins, first cousins. You know, another one was a school friend. None of them were my exes. None of them were I ever involved with in any kind of way. Just friends and acquaintances and relatives.
Kendall, oh my God, listen, man.
Let's see. Just me, right? We need to love the microcosm self to be able to love the macrocosm self. That's why it's so easy for. Okay,
why
Kendall,
are you talking about interracial? That's not what we're talking about. You see, you're thinking on you're thinking on the surface, and I'm peeling back the onion to the core of the onion.
Okay, and please define what you mean by love the microcosm self and the macrocosm. Could you just use layman term? Please, Kendall, stop it with these big words. I don't feel like pulling out a dictionary.
But Kendall, that's not what we're talking about. I'm telling you, if children are not taught how to love, it's better to be in relationships with Black men that are dysfunctional and abusive just because they're Black. I'm telling you, if children do not understand what love is, regardless of the race that they date into, it is going to be dysfunctional and abusive in nature. You're not understanding what I'm saying to you. Earliest, the way that love is shaped at the earliest ages in our psyche, this is all psychology. Because I was raised with Black pride. All of my siblings, we were raised with Black pride. But Black pride and self-love and loving, Black pride and love are 2 different things.
Mm-hmm.
They're 2 different things. Love is an essential. It is it's a core fundamental need. And if you are deprived of that need, if it is distorted at some moment in your development, if you are taught that love is abuse and neglect, sure, you'll see Black love all over the place, but it'll be with dysfunctional and abusive Black men. And if you decide to date interracial, if you want to date white men or you want to go interracial, it'll be dysfunctional and it will be abusive white men, Indian men, Chinese. It doesn't matter what race of man. I'm telling you that fundamentally, the love is distorted for these children when they grow up and they become adults. You're not understanding, and you're hyper focusing on something that A, I'm not talking about, and B, is not the focus right now. And I'm not saying that Black love is not pertinent, and I'm not saying that it's not important, but self-love, love of the self, that has to come first. And when you don't have self-love, when you are taught distorted ways of loving yourself and loving other people, you get into a lot of trouble when you become an adult and you get into interpersonal relationships. You're not understanding what I'm saying. Forget micro and macrocosm. None of that matters, because you were taught that love is abandonment and neglect and depravity. So why would Black love matter in those situations? So it's okay to be abused and neglected and traumatized? and to be in an entirely dysfunctional dynamic because he's black? You don't understand what I'm saying to you. And that's part of the problem. You're thinking like an ant, and I'm trying to talk like a giant. So you need to catch up, Tomato. I'm not trying to be disrespectful, but I feel like you're trivializing the underlying plight. One of the most important plights that Black people face.
Yeah.
And it is a result of the single parent household. It is the result of being raised in a traumatic home where you are deprived of love when you need it most. What's wrong with this guy?
Also, being raised in a dysfunctional environment. It's one thing when your home is dysfunctional, but when your environment's dysfunctional just as bad as your home is, then it becomes natural to you. The dysfunction,
right, because you are not going to allow a man to disrespect you and abuse you. I'm telling you, all of my sisters, the way that they look at love is what abuse is. Textbook abuse. That's what I'm telling you. Because they were deprived of that love. That's what I'm saying. Yeah, it's all Black men, and they're very proud of their beautiful, their strong Black man. But all of those men have beat on them at one point or another. All of them have lied, have cheated, and they put up with it because their self-worth is low. Their Black pride is high, but their self-worth as a human being, the fundamental need to love and be loved was deprived of. They were deprived of that. So you need to start understanding what I'm saying to you. You're not even understanding. Yes, exactly. Yes, I'm talking about Black men, because if a Black woman doesn't understand what love is, or her views of love are distorted, her worldviews are distorted, she's going to date dysfunctional Black men. So, and if you want to live in a world where you feel like almost all Black men are extremely dysfunctional, abusive, narcissistic, and completely devoid of empathy and compassion, you've created an alternate universe and an alternate world. That's what you've done, and that's called cognitive dissonance. Because every Black man that I know possessed those traits. My brothers included. They lack empathy, they lack compassion, because they never saw it or experienced it growing up. Because when you're a single mom and you're working 3 jobs, you don't have time. You don't have time. And no one showed my mom empathy because she was raised in a foster home. And being Black in a foster home in Winnipeg in the 60s, slap yourself if you think you know what that's like. She made the paper because they said that she was so troubled. Because first of all, my mom she's biracial, so that was even worse for her. But she was literally in the paper. Because they used to lock her in closets and say because she was Black, she's dysfunctional. They didn't know what to do with her. They needed help from the province. They used to lock her in closets. No one taught my mom empathy. No one gave, and mind you, being a 3-year-old and having a tantrum is just being a 3-year-old. It has nothing to do with being Black. But they attributed it to her Blackness. And they couldn't deal with her because of her Blackness. So no one taught her empathy and compassion. And if you think that my mom's situation is unique, you need to read a book and wake up. Because it wasn't unique to my mom. A lot of the foster homes and group homes are saturated by Black children and youth. And that's my purview. That's the sector that I work in. So you can't tell me, you can't checkmate me about that, my dear. You definitely cannot. I am telling you that when you are deprived of these things, dating a Black man or Black woman is not going to help. It's not going to push the race forward. You're just going to create dysfunctional babies who are going to be deprived of the same love, compassion, and empathy that you were deprived of. This is why the cycles of trauma and abuse, it's cyclical, and it is extremely difficult to break. This is why the numbers are so, look at the statistics of abuse and trauma. Look at them. They're high, and they're very high for a reason. You don't go like this. You don't snap your fingers and say, all right, snap out of it. Do better. It doesn't work like that. The brain doesn't work like that. And what trauma does to the brain, it doesn't work like that either. It's not like this. Know better. Just love yourself. You need to know what love is before you can love the self. And you need to love the self before you can love others and allow others to love you. Do you understand, Kendall? This is it, and it's this type of ignorance. You're a part of the problem, to the most unfortunate. You might think that you're philosophical and you're profound, but you're ignorant and part of the problem ultimately. Because you're talking about Black love and I'm talking about trauma. And trauma pervades most young Black children's lives. Most. Look at the statistics. Most of them in their young lives are being pervaded by trauma, abuse, neglect, and absenteeism. What the hell is wrong with you? What the hell is wrong with this guy? Seriously. You're sad. Slap yourself. You're fucking sad. And I'm sorry to curse. That's the last curse I'm gonna have. But you're sad. You're ignorant. Maybe willfully ignorant, because it's a very big pill to swallow. I understand.
Mm-hmm. But I'm not absolutely certain, but he seemed to be part of the conscious community. And even though Max don't like Kendall just fine, the conscious community, that willful not seeing, they got all this information, but they're not using it or utilizing it properly and stuff like that. They so intent on us learning our history to have better self-esteem or sense of self, all that stuff, and that is not being any good. It's not being used to mentor, to teach, to or not to teach them anything practical, because he's thinking, because Max thing is, okay, for the young boys, we need to redirect those energies. You need to mentor them, take them away from situations where they can become into destructive behavior, redirect it, maybe teach them how to do repairs at the house, build furniture, get into the trades, mentor them, mentor them, get if they need counseling, get them some counseling, but mainly mentoring, show them what it really means for the boys to be men, and to find, a way to channel that energy, but be around men who are men and can mentor them properly. Max, I have to tell you all of it.
No, but Dame, I understand all of that, but he's saying, but you're talking about Black men and these dysfunctional relationships you had with Black men, which translates into it translates to you that way because you're projecting, because part of you knows that what I'm saying, I'm not the only one. What I'm saying, a lot of other at least all the Black women that I know can identify with. So what you're doing is using cognitive dissonance to create a world where most Black men, because you're saying, I didn't say all Black men, first of all. I never said all Black men. I'll tell you that most Black men are dysfunctional. Yeah, that is, and irresponsible and abusive. That is what I will tell you. And the rates of marriage and how low they are, it should tell you that as well. The absentee fathers and the occurrences, the prevalence in our communities should tell you that as well. The lack of leadership and accountability can tell you that as well. The violence, the crime should tell you that as well. So slap yourself, because you can disagree with my points, but I'm really giving you facts. I can tell you my experience. I can tell you my story, but my story is not unique to me. Every Black woman that I know, in varying degrees, have experienced very similar trauma to my own. So really and truly, you're in denial, and you think that you're going to come here and listen to me speak, and you think that in some way I'm going to say something that's going to be contrary to the reality. But everything I'm saying, unfortunately for you, is substantiating the world that we see around us, because it's a fact. It happens. it continues to happen. And with people like you who think, well, you're talking about all black men, and it's not fair because we're not all like. But most of you are. The majority of you are, and the majority is the greater number, and the greater number is going to represent you, the collective. So don't get mad at me. Go do something about it. Go police black men. Don't police my talking points. Don't police my perspective, my worldviews, and my experience. Go police other black men who are dysfunctional, abusive, and irresponsible. Why don't you go do that? Why don't you go do that? Because I do feel insulted. I do. I feel like you're trivializing my plight and other black women's plight. I'm not okay with it. And that's what black men always do. They're always policing what we say. And they're always trying to, oh, well, you can't say it this way. No, I'm going to give it to you raw with no lube. And if you don't like it, that's your problem. That's your problem. Go police black men. Go police black men and their talking points. Go ahead. Because you're not about to tell me how to pose a question, how to phrase something. You're not about to do that. Slap yourself.
Okay. Ooh. Okay, Kendall, I know you mean well, but we need a little time out because first you went into an area as usual that we weren't going into. And we were talking about, growing up in various dysfunctional environment, some that we was exposed to, some of it that we seen women from other types of dysfunctional environments and how they react to it and how they pick their men, you know, and how that if they're normalizing their dysfunction because their whole environment is dysfunction. That's normal to their environment. Their environment. Men do not marry the mothers of their children. They may live together for a time. Women got to be extremely overly protective, aggressive to keep their man from straying. Every female that's not a really close friend is a possible, or don't already have a man, is a possible threat to taking your man. This was this friend world. So she thought I was weird because to me, my man hugging a woman or going into a house was not perceived that he was cheating by me. That I had a certain level of trust. That I trust him around strange single female, was not worried about him straying. She looked at me like, poor me, you gonna see. And I'm looking at her like, poor you, because our environments that we grew up was different. I knew there was a possibility that my man could stray. My grandfather straight in both his marriages. I have a male uncle who refused to get married because he don't think he can be faithful for a lifetime to a single woman. He's faithful with her when he with her, but if he sees someone, he gonna break it off with her and go on to the next woman. I think that's a big step up. To me, that's a big step that he's gonna break it up with the woman he's presently with before he moves on to the other woman. To me, that's a big step. I know plenty of men who don't. They just move on to the next woman. But I knew there was a possibility. But I either gonna trust my world. You trust the man till he shows you not to trust him. In her world, you never trust the man. He's always gonna stray. That was her world.
Right. Exactly. We're shaped by our environment.
Mm-hmm.
And our environment shapes our worldviews, which means even when we are out of the environment, we still have a proclivity to see the world that way because it was shaped at a young age, and that's just the way that the mind works. And as a matter and Hassan Burton, actually he was he was policing what I'm saying, because he said, "Oh well, are you trying to say that black love is this and it's that?" No, but this is what it's about. Yeah, he's trying to. No, but and all I'm doing is I'm giving you my experience, and my experience, because it's not unique, should tell you that there's a problem. But he's focusing on something that we're not talking about, and he's telling us to focus on it. He's telling us to talk about this. Focus on black love. This is the key, and I'm telling you that black love doesn't matter if you don't even know what love is, because you can parade around your black love with a black man or a black woman, and it could be dysfunctional and abusive in nature. So slap yourself once again. You don't know what you're talking about.
Okay. Okay, I see what you're saying, Kendall, but okay. We was talking okay. We
He's
was talking about
projecting.
how much
Dame, don't let him project.
Mhm.
Don't let you are projecting, Kendall, because you know that black men are garbage at this point. The vast majority of them are not doing very well, and you know it, and you're projecting and you're mad.
Okay. Mm-hmm. Yeah, we're having a large group, a large loud voice of men who are dysfunctional, spoiled, whining.
Like this is and this is what I'm saying, Kendall. Why don't you have your own page? Since you are a representative of black love, and you're amazing, and you're not you've divorced yourself from the majority who are degenerate, and you're not like them. Why don't you start your own channel and have other black men, and then try to talk to them and police them and get them to be better and do better? Because all you're doing is you're trying to counter what I'm saying, and to ask, are you saying this? No, well, we need to focus on this. No, I'm telling you my experience, and that of many other black women's experience. And it's so common that the fact that you're even in here making a case tells me you need to slap yourself into oblivion, because you're so far off the mark that it's actually sad. It's actually sad. You're sad. Because you're very far. Black love, I'm telling you, is not the solution. And if you think it is, then yes, all the black women in here listen, because listen to him. And as long as you're with a black man, it doesn't matter what he does to you, because you are propping up black love, and that's all that matters. Does he slap you around? Does he cheat? Does he lie? Does he spend the rent money on drugs and alcohol or gambling? Doesn't matter. It's black love. Slap yourself. Just slap yourself, please. You're sad. You're actually sad, and you're delusional, and your cognitive dissonance is, to me, it's reminiscent of all the degenerates that I have conversations with and debate on my channel. They all say the same. It's not all of us. I'm not like them. It's not all of us. No. You sound exactly like a degenerate with using cognitive dissonance to create an alternate reality. You sound sad. You sound sad. No, but I'm telling you, my experience is not unique. So you talking about, it's not all. Don't say all. Talk about black love. No, slap yourself, and don't tell me what to talk about. Don't tell me what point is most important to make. I'm making the most important point. Black love doesn't matter if you don't know what love is. That's the point. What's wrong with this kid? Is he a child? Is he a child? Is he young?
Actually, Kendall's in his 40s. I believe.
That's even more sad. This is even more sad.
Yes, you're back.
Hey, what's going on, everybody? How's everybody doing?
I'm sorry. I'm being a bit vitriolic, but Kendall is just
No. You're fine. You have every right to express yourself. There's nothing wrong with that. Kendall's a bit much sometimes. He's one of the conscious guys. He's He's kind of cooked by the conscious community. You know, me and him had some back and forths about that, but hopefully he'll come around one day.
For a conscientious person or a conscientious black man, he seems to be living in a chronic state of denial, an acute state of denial, actually. He sounds sad. If he's in his 40s, that's a problem. And if this is what he's saying in his 40s, if black love's the only thing that matters, you have a problem, sir.
You know, I think love, black love, I think love starts out with something very small, right? That has a huge impact. Such as if your woman has a headache and you have nothing in the house to help her relieve that headache. So you don't want to leave her by herself. So you gather her up and take her in a car and y'all drive to the nearest store to purchase something to help her relieve her pain.
No, but Max, I think so. Within context, I was talking about children that are deprived of love, empathy, compassion, and being cared for.
Absolutely.
When children are deprived of that, and we know that this happens very commonly. I'm in social media, and I see this. I can't tell you how much I see it. It's heartbreaking. Like, it's bad. But when children are deprived of the most fundamental needs, they grow up and they engage in relationships that are dysfunctional and abusive in nature, because love for them looks like neglect, it looks like indifference, it looks like abuse, and it looks like abandonment. And I'm telling him that black love is not going to matter, because you might prop up black love and you might be with a black man, but because your views of love are so distorted and so corroded, it's going to be dysfunctional. It's going to be abusive.
Absolutely.
And he's still talking about black love. You're thinking like an ant, but I'm talking like a giant. So you need to get on the same page or just cut it out. That's what I was talking
I agree with. You know what? I like the way you put that. I agree with that 100%. I like the way you put that. You know, we haven't really looked at it that way. You know, a lot of us, when you look at the hatred that we have now, especially from a lot of men, do they even know what love is? Did they even grow up in a house to where they recognize what love was? Did they receive any real love? You know, many of them, even now, probably don't understand or know how to love anyone. You know, I often said to them before, you guys don't love women, you don't know how to love, you don't understand what love is.
Exactly.
And I think it's exactly what you said. You know, they've never really been shown. See, I grew up in a very, very loving home. There was 10 of us naturally, and then there was 2 adopted that my father had. My mother and father took on from the community, and my household was filled with love. My mother, my father, we knew what it was. We knew what it felt like. We understand. That's why I am the way I am today. You know.
Exactly.
So I agree with you 100%.
But why is Kendall focusing on black? Like I was talking about my experiences and my mom's experience and my siblings and everyone that I know. And he said, well, are you saying that you shouldn't black love? And are you saying it doesn't matter? And no, but this black love is what you need. And the black love, if you don't have it, then it's self-hate. No, it doesn't. You're missing the mark is what I'm saying to you. You're in your 40s and you can't grasp conceptually what I'm saying to you. That's a problem. I'm telling you that people who are deprived of fundamental needs grow up and they don't know what they're looking for. And when they look for it, they're looking in the wrong places, the most dark, abusive places. Could it be black love? Absolutely. Could they be with black men exclusively? Absolutely. Are those black men going to love them the way they need to be loved? No. Because they don't even know what that is. Because their version of love is neglect, trauma, abuse. What's wrong with this guy? He's pissing. What's wrong with him? He's in his 40s talking like this? He sounds like a nut.
Well, it's a lot worse than him. Trust me. It's older than him that are even worse than that. Then they're on social media And what bothers me is that they have young brothers listening to them.
Yeah,
They have young black
that's
men
bad.
listening to them. Yeah, that's it drives me nuts. These old fools. Well, Kendall is a conscious dude. You know, he's into that 5% nonsense. Oh, what do
Kendall,
we have
So
on?
Kay is with us.
Who is it?
Kay, you might know as Short Cake Kay.
Okay. How are you?
So you want to give us your perspective? What's going on?
How y'all doing, panel?
Ooh, hold on. We can barely hear you. Let me see if I can raise up your volume.
Oh, I'm sorry. Is it echoing?
No.
Yeah. Picking up a little
Can you hear
echo.
me now?
All right. So
Okay.
say something. Go ahead.
It's better.
Ooh, you digitized.
Yes.
Wow, we have some.
I like the work that he's doing. I
Okay, she's
appreciate
bugging pretty bad.
Okay, Kay, stop.
friends that
You're
do try
working
to
bad.
uplift black women and stuff like that and recognize the problem. I think that you be going too hard on black women.
she sounds like
Frankie,
I can't.
because y'all do a pretty good job. You, Cerulean, Taz, Nyla, Sin, etc. Because like they too comfortable in their delusion, and I think it is also the parents' fault and somewhat women's fault too. You know, like Chicago, but they do have to stand up and recognize and despite the changes of people want to be fired.
I can't.
Hey,
She's messed up.
Like
I don't think she can even
Okay.
hear.
Maybe
Yeah.
come out and then come
they
back in.
want their heart for each other or black men in the South, some point of view, we probably in a better position. And if they fall for anything, like, see, I'm not scared to ask, like, that's not, you know, like,
Kay, can you hear us? You was distorted real
Yeah.
badly. We need you
Yeah,
to
just
go
really
out
messed
and come back in.
You know, as far as black,
Kendall, let me ask Kendall a question, because Kendall, you must think that you're a genius and you have all the answers, because black love seems to be the answer in your mind, right? So if black love is the remedy, why are relationships with black men and black women so dysfunctional? Why are the marriage rates so low between black men and black women? Why are the divorce rates higher than the marriage rates between black men and black women? Would you like to tell me? Because you must think that you know something. You must know something that we don't know. And I'm all about learning. But the problem that I have is, if this channel is only focused on black love, then maybe I am on the wrong channel. Because black love is not going to be a remedy if you don't know what love is. You are not going to be able to love someone else. You won't be able to allow someone else to love you if you don't know what it is and if you cannot love yourself. And love goes beyond skin. It's not looking in the mirror and saying, I am a strong, beautiful black queen. You have to feel worthy of love. You have to at a very early ages and stages of development, you have to see love being given. You have to see love around you. I'm talking about children in the most crucial stages of development who are being deprived, whose versions of love, whose idea of love is completely corroded and corrupt. You are far from a genius. Thank you, Mr. Obvious. That much is clear. And if this is all about black love, then everyone's missing the mark.
no, this channel is about promoting black love and healthy relationships between black men and black women, positive relations.
Yeah.
That's what we're about here.
Yeah. And so right now we're talking about the healthy. So far, there's a bunch of us that have a unhealthy view of love. You know, Max and those that have had a healthy, they are telling us so we know what we are missing. You know, um,
You have to see it to be it.
because our views got distorted because you know of our environment is distorted, is dysfunctional.
I think
Hey,
I think
Kendall,
it's not
I am
only
not
I
in a
think it's not only
relationship. Not that it's
I
any
think
of
it
your business, Kendall, but I'm not in a relationship.
I
I
don't
have
think
no
it's
plans
only
to be in a relationship. Sorry.
I don't think it's enough to see it. You have to feel it because you have to know what it feels like. You have to understand it. You know, I don't think you can just see it. You know, you have to
Right.
feel it.
That's what. But Max, this is
Hmm.
what we're saying to him, and we're
Hmm.
saying that that seeing it, you have to see it at a young age when the connections in your brain are forming, right? Because like that's just the way
Uh-huh.
that the brain works. We are taught love. We are taught how to love. We are taught empathy when people employ and show us empathy. Then we say, "Oh, okay, that's what
Um,
empathy is."
I'm well, I'm not okay. A child, right? A child comes into this world already knowing how to love.
No, that's not true. Children come into the world extremely egocentric. The world is all about them, and they have no idea that anything else matters but them. But as
If
they
you
get
take a
older, but no, their brains are wired to connect. We're social creatures. Our brains are literally structured for us to be with other people and connect with other people. That is true. But our behavior is completely separate. Our behavior is shaped by our environment and what we're exposed to or deprived of, right? So if we are deprived of empathy, compassion, and love, or when love is no one's around, no one cares about me,
Somebody got to
no
mute
one
up.
listens to me, no one sees me, then when you get older, you get into relationships and it's just much of the same. That's how the cycle
Now let
begins.
me ask you. Now let me ask you a question. Have you seen this play out?
What play out?
What you're talking about? About teaching
Can
people
you
how to
guys hear
love.
me?
Have you seen this play out? Because
I
I've
have.
seen.
I'm in social work, and I went to school for child and youth care. I've seen it in practice. I've seen it in clinical settings and capacities. I've seen it in real time. I've seen it with my own family, my own parents, my own mom and siblings. I see it with people that I grew up with. You have to be taught how to love and how to be loved. And that's a
I,
part of your socialization. It's a part of the way that you're conditioned.
okay, so let me ask you a question. So when the
Hello?
child weeps, when the child weeps
Can you
for
hear
his
me?
or her mother, is that not love?
When the child, sorry?
When the child weeps for his or her mother, is that not love?
No, that's I'm hungry, my diaper's wet, I'm tired, I'm uncomfortable. What and but see and that's an thing that's
Okay,
actually
well
an important
let
piece.
me be more specific. Let me be more specific. When okay, because I've seen children when their parents are either hurt or in some kind of a crisis, I've seen the child react frantically and even cry in many situations.
That and what you're seeing is trauma play out in the mind. So this is what happens. And you actually, I'm glad you brought it up, and maybe you didn't need to, but let's think about when a child or a baby is crying, right? An infant, a toddler, a young child, when they're crying out for someone and no one responds to them, what message do you think it sends to the child? And let's say this happens often. It happens so often that the child learns that crying is not going to get him or her anything. The child learns that no one is going to come and care for me when I need it, and I have to pacify myself, right? That's one of the first lessons that we learn in life. One of the first, the most important lesson is that I'm uncomfortable, I'm not happy, and someone is here for me. Someone cares about me. Someone loves me. That is part of what love looks like, right? When you see children being frantic, when they see their children's brains, and this is why trauma, the way that it affects children, is so damning, because their brains are not wired to make sense of what's happening around them. When they are witness to abuse, when they are experiencing neglect, or in any capacity, their brains are not wired, because it's too much. You know, the fight or flight, when people shut down, that's the brain's way of saying this is too much. The environment and the brain are out of sync. And this is when you see trauma really come into play. And when when an adult, a loving, caring parent or adult doesn't step in these moments, the brain has to compensate. And how does the brain compensate? What does that look like? Some children might suck their thumbs. Some children might cut themselves, hurt themselves, and they engage in other counterproductive and destructive behavior, because the brain needs equilibrium. It needs balance. It needs to know if something happens to me, someone's going to be there. And when a child is not being cared for, and I see this in my own, this is how I was raised. When that becomes your baseline and you're normal, you go out into the world, and yes, you date black men, and black love is important, but it's not important that black men respond to your pain. It's not important that they know how to love you, because you don't know what it is, and your parents didn't do it for you. So I'm saying that's not as important as what I'm talking about. And that is what Kendall is not understanding. Loving yourself.
You might have to mute up. You hear some cutting in the background.
Loving yourself first. You are taught that. Your earliest memories in life have to be from your parents loving you, caring for you. That tells your brain, okay, all is well. Everything is okay. Everything is okay. And then you can go on and you can do that. And it's very easy. You see this play out. It's very easy to differentiate between a child who's being neglected or traumatized in a preschool setting. It's very easy, because the way that they respond to other children around them in distress is very telling. Children who have been traumatized or neglected or deprived of love or their basic necessities, they tend to withdraw and shut down. They tend to go into fight or flight. They tend to be extremely dysfunctional and chaos when they see children around them in distress. They don't know how to respond because nobody responded to them when they were in distress. It's very easy. You could almost, you put them in a group and you could say, okay, him, her, and her. They've experienced trauma. It's called the ACE. It's Adverse Childhood Experiences. They've done a study. And children who experience trauma, they actually live 20 years. 20 years is cut out of their life expectancy. That's what trauma does to your brain. That's what it does to your physiology. That's what people don't understand. So you're talking about black love. And I'm telling you, it doesn't work like that. Because you can engage in as much black love as you want. But that black love is going to be dysfunctional and abusive in nature. Kendall.
It got to be a healthy environment.
Like, Kendall, you're just sad. It's sad at this point, because if you are what people deem conscious, and all you're worried about is black love, slap yourself, because once again you are missing the mark. You haven't got it yet, and I don't even have all the answers. There's much to learn, much to be learned, and I'm someone who likes to learn. But you, my friend, forget about it. Just forget about it.
Black people need therapy overall, the whole community and people and all our families too, because it's just like generation trauma.
Yeah. That's what we're seeing. Okay, like I was thinking, Max is right, because the black men had dropped the ball on the community. The environment is dysfunctional, and we don't even realize it's become normalized. And because the environment it says all this dysfunction is normal, think it's normal. So our view of love is distorted. Our reactions to being loved or no longer being loved is distorted.
Hold on, Dame, and this is how I know, and this is how I know that you are not as conscious as you want people to believe that you are, because you're saying you sound like I sound like I want a white man. You see, I'm talking about trauma, and you're talking about my personal relationships. What and you're making assumptions, very broad assumptions, and I'm giving you raw data and facts. You're not as conscious as you think. Slap yourself. You're worried about me and a white man, and I'm talking to you about childhood trauma. You see? You understand you're out of sync, right? You need to catch up, Tomato. Because you're not we're not in the same type of time. You're thinking like an ant. I don't have time for that. You sound like an imbecile. And I'm sorry, I don't even like name calling, but you're pissing me off because you're worried about who I'm dating, who I'm not dating. If you're the black man's representative, it looks like I'm done with black men. Because this is an idiot thing. Because you're worried about the wrong things.
Yeah.
You're not going to get very far if you're worried about the wrong things in life.
Yeah. All right. So, okay. Yeah, I don't know why he's fixated on that when we don't even be talking about it.
I'm finna switch earpieces. Just.
Oh, you was trying to talk. I'm sorry.
I'm finna see. I'm finna switch.
Yeah, and yeah, and stop putting.
This is StreamYard stuff.
Oh, okay. Yeah, and Kendall, you got to stop putting ideas in women's mind. If nobody's talking about it, nobody's thinking about it, why are you bringing it up? You're changing the conversation. If you're gonna change the conversation, don't do it in chat. Hit the link, come up and talk. If not, please stop doing that. We're not talking about turning to white men, going to white men. We were on how dysfunction in our home environment, our community environment, changes how we see love.
Thank you. And it's interesting. You keep talking about black love. Black men are divesting more and faster than any other group of men on the planet. Do you understand that? So do you understand you have no dog in the fight? Even if you are popping up black love more than any of the face of the planet, slap yourself, sir. Because once again, you're missing it. Once again, you're missing it. And all the trauma that black people have experienced in our countries, black women are the most race loyal of any other woman. So slap yourself, despite the trauma. But that's all that matters to you, right? Is black love. That's all that matters to you. But why don't you get into when do you go in other people's? Why don't you go into the divestors panels and chats? Why don't you go to the black men who devalue black women and prop up Becky? Why don't you talk to them about how important black love is? Why are you here doing it when we haven't even been talking about that? We've been talking about things that are much more important, because you can't have black love without self-love. Black love is not going to matter if it's dysfunctional. What's wrong with this guy? Why are you on here with your dusty logic when your collective is dating outside of your collective more than any other race of man on the face of the planet? You sound like I try to make sense of these things, but then I have to pretend that I'm delusional again. Like, this is sad. This is very sad. You are trying to prop up black love. This is a woman's focus, a black woman's focused panel. Why don't you go into the divestors? Why don't you go and do cartwheels in their chats and talk about how important and integral black love is? Don't love the self. Don't learn how to let others love you. Don't do any of that. Black love one is the first and foremost thing that needs to be on your mind. Go into the divestors. No one's divesting here. We're talking about things that are obviously outside the perplexities your tiny mind, obviously.
Cynthia, I'm sorry. I love this woman. I just got to shout out. The beautiful Cynthia G is in the house, blessing us once again with her presence. Hey, Cynthia. I'm sorry. That's just one of my favorites, you too. I love Cynthia to
Oh,
death.
she's
Go
my,
ahead.
my absolute favorite. She's
Mhm.
the godfather. Everything that you guys are getting from me, it comes from Cynthia. I would love for Kendall to have a conversation with Cynthia because I'm much too perturbed.
No. You don't want that smoke now. That's too much. Hey, Sin, how are you?
He ain't ready for that smoke.
And
I don't want none of that.
Look what he's focusing on, Dame. Can you
I don't
tell me
think
what he's
she
yeah, I
focusing on
see
once
her.
again?
Let me say you, homeboy. Let me say you, homeboy. Leave that alone. You don't want none of that, partner.
Why is he focusing? Does he have autism?
I love you, Sin.
he probably don't, Annalisa, he probably don't understand. Don't go
Okay,
too
so
hard.
simple, small mind.
Get him, Sin.
Small minds.
Mm-hmm.
Small minds. Hey, listen, unless you're autistic, I just don't understand. I don't know what you're doing. You're hyper focusing on something that truly is not even pertinent to the conversation that we're having. We're talking about childhood trauma. Slap yourself. What are you saying? In addition to your distorted and alternate universe. Because you've created an alternate universe for yourself. You understand that. An alternate universe in which you've disregarded trauma and the impact that it's had on your own people, mind you. If you are so pro-Black, I think you need to be well-versed in trauma. That's what I think.
Okay, then I'm going to drop off.
You need to know all things trauma.
Okay.
I'm going to drop off and leave a space in case Sim want to come up, all right?
All right. Okay.
All right.
Yeah. And Kendall, we weren't talking about Black men, even from the get go. When Ebony, she was didn't even go there. No, we went into the world we grew up in, and I kind of remember praising Black men. Mainly my grandfather, my uncles, my great uncles, my older male cousins. Shooks.
And Dame, did I say anything to you? Did I say, Dame, don't speak highly of Black men? I didn't say, because that is your experience and I have mine. But you see, Kendall, this is your problem, Kendall. Your ego is so fragile that you can't even handle the conversation. And however intellectually honest it is, you can't handle it. You know the movie, you can't handle the truth. That's how fragile your ego is. And I have news for you. The state that the Black man is in, it's an extremely dilapidated state. They're not doing very well. So you need to brace for impact whenever we have these conversations. Because I don't have to tell you, hate Black men, in order for me to tell you what they're doing. I don't have to tell anybody, hate them, leave them. I'm just telling you what's happening. I'm telling you what I see, what my experience is, and that of most other Black women. And you don't like it, and you can't handle it. Your ego is not allowing you to absorb and retain the information. You see the problem? You're not as conscious as you think. Your ego has no conscience. There's no conscience in your ego. Your ego really and truly is the most important thing in your mind. For you, ego is first. Because if conscientiousness was first, you would listen to what we're saying and have compassion, rather than isolating and hyper-focusing on things we haven't even discussed. You're sad and you're in your 40s, slap yourself into oblivion and beyond.
Frankie, I think something wrong with your StreamYard. It's making me echo or something like that. I switched my earpiece and restarted my phone.
Okay. Sometimes when there's too many of us up open, it'll do that. Let me see. Let me try muting everybody but you and see we still get that echo. Okay, hold on a second.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yeah, I can hear you. It sounds like
you.
It sounds like you in a place with acoustics.
You know that, you know how you're in certain bathrooms, that acoustic when you're singing, that's what it sounds like. But you're very clear.
Nope, I'm just in my house and it's kind of quiet. Okay, it's I don't know. I don't know. I
All
don't know.
right.
It seemed like it's a
Sound good.
delay. I even tried to close the other app and it just kicked me. It just kicked my sound.
Okay. Okay. Well, let me go back to yours and go back to the default because I had raised you up. Oh, nope, it's already there. Okay. All right. But Max went on to the outside. He said you sound good. So it's the echo is perceived by you.
Okay.
You just sound like you're in
They can't hear
an
me now
acoustic
neither, can you?
area. Mhm.
What's wrong?
So okay, yeah, but I know you tried to say something to us earlier, but the distortion was so bad we couldn't hear it. So did you want to give it another shot?
Me now? Nope.
No, okay, you sound good to me.
Yeah, you sounded good to me. You just sound like you was in some real good acoustics. Well, anyway,
Like, this is sad. You're still talking, Kendall? You're still talking. Your ego is that wounded. It's that bruised. It's that important for you, right? And see, this is the problem because this is a huge problem, even for the Black men that say they're conscious. Look at what he does. You see, when you gloss over the impact that trauma has truly had, you trivialize trauma, right? It's like trauma is just something that you can just get over. When trauma, in reality, Kendall, just for your information, trauma changes the structure of your brain. It changes the way that your brain functions, which changes your behavior and the way that you function. But everybody, let's listen to Kendall. Just get over your trauma. Snap out of it, people. Just like that. Right? Can you just slap yourself? What's wrong with this guy? You're in your 40s? Oh my God. Throw in the towel. That's see, if I was in my 40s acting like this, talking like this, thinking like this, I would throw in the towel. I definitely get off of YouTube and I wouldn't subject others to it. I would just get off of YouTube. Mm-hmm. This is a problem. Yes, our medicine is, the cure is just get past it. Everybody build a bridge. Let's build the bridge together and let's walk on over it. Okay? Let's do that together. Right. Let's take our individual traumas, let's build the bridge with it, and let's walk on right. Let's just walk over it. Let's do that. Because that's how trauma works, right? Like that. Like that. Trauma doesn't have an adverse, trauma is not that bad. You know, it's like a cold or a flu. Just get over it. You're so sad. This is a sad, grown-ass man. And this is exactly why. Because rather than building or policing Black men, you're trying to come in here and police the conversation like the nut that you are. You see the problem? No one has brought up divesting one time. Not one time. Can somebody timestamp it? Can somebody rewind the tape? We haven't brought it up not one time. But you're making me want to bring it up. Because if you are conscious and you're a Black man and we're supposed to believe that you're headed in the right direction, women, I have news for you.
okay. I'm hoping that he's not. I have a feeling he's the last word in person. I'm hoping he stopped right there, because it is very frustrating when you're not talking about that, you're not thinking about that, you're not even hating on Black people. We're talking about, because we're women, we're talking about our dysfunction and the distortion that happens to us, you know. And I'm giving an example of another woman, how we see the difference. Just me and her, just how we see our men and their interaction with other women.
No, Kendall, we get past it by building the bridge. Everybody, Just get past it. You were neglected and abused and molested? What? Nobody cared about you? There are some nights where you just went hungry, right? Your dad was never there. Realistically, the streets probably raised you, because if you were it was a single parent household. Actually, my experience, my mom was really never there. So I was out there. I was outside. I was playing, running, jumping, all was well. The street lights went on and I came back home, back to the dysfunction. But we just have to get over it. Just get over it. Black love will get you over your trauma. Right, Kendall? Is that the idea? Let's talk about black love, because black love is the remedy. Black love is going to get you over your trauma. It's going to get you right on past it. Just like that. Right? You're a genius. You know that? You are a genius. And it's only taken us this long. It's only taken us 400 years. But Kendall has the answers, and he just figured it out. Look at that. Black love. Black love. Even though, Kendall, your brothers don't feel the same way as you. You understand? Your brothers, they want Becky at disproportionately higher rates than any other man on the planet. Right? So, yeah, maybe stop policing. Maybe just shut the hell up and slap yourself. Maybe, You're just sad. No, you're not. No, I know you're not conscious. I know that in your heart of hearts, you're a little dust mite. I know that you don't know that. Right? But when you hear women talking about trauma, your first response and inclination is to get them to stop and get over it and put black love first. So no, you're dusty. You're trying to trivialize the plight and the experience of black women who experience trauma. That's what you're doing. You're undermining it and trivializing it. Shut the hell up. You're not a woman. Shut the hell up.
They swirling with blow up dolls too.
Yeah.
I've seen them with white blow up dolls. They swirling with them too.
You're deviants. So you're worried about what we're doing. Once again, you're trying to. First of all, you think that you have that power and authority to come over here and police anybody, black women especially, but you don't. Black men, you have your MGTOWs that are literally waiting for their blow up doll in the mail. They're waiting for their life partner in the mail as we speak, and you're here trying to police us.
I'm sorry. I'm gonna use that with
Well, okay.
I like that one. Can I use that one just
Of course, because it's true.
Shoot, Hassan already want to use her slap yourself.
I'm gonna use that one. I love that one.
But
I know, right? You got to you can get them in the mail now.
Oh well, yeah.
You know what? That's sad because I heard. I actually heard one of them say. Right, that he'd rather be with a blow up doll because he don't have to worry about any responsibilities, and she won't get pregnant.
I that last year.
That's so
sad. Go ahead, Kay.
Look at
that. We hear you loud and clear now. Go ahead, Kay. Want to jump in? She might not be able to hear us.
Well, anyway, that's probably why they so upset. The mail is back. Oh, Hassan has beat me to it. The mail is backed up and there's a delay. Oh, and don't let and then there's been a rash of package theft. So their blow up doll could have run off with another man.
See, this is what I'm talking about, man. They keep living in the past. This is why nothing is fixed now. You guys are lost in a past that you don't have anything to do with. That's why we can't fix anything today. You guys' minds are way, way in the past. Every time somebody asks you what you're doing as a black man to help your people, the first thing you want to do is bring up Marcus Garvey or Malcolm X or Dr. King or whatever. What
Trinity
about
time
what about
travels. I just
I don't know.
I
I
just
can't hear
I
myself. I
know
don't know. I can hear
uh
you
no,
guys.
I just wanna can you guys
Can
hear
you hear
me?
me?
Yeah, we can hear
uh-huh.
you.
Okay. Yeah, I just wanna say this. I guess this is like one of the first time that a lot of people have heard me very silent in years, and this is probably why. Because I love to hear women talk like this, and that's why I'm silent. I know y'all probably thought it was incapable of me being silent, but I can be silent. And you know the thing about it is because now that I see that things that we've been talking about for years, that women are starting to speak up and starting to speak and make sense. This is why I overtalk motherfuckers. It's because it's not that I don't have no respect. It's just that I don't respect what you're saying. And this is why I'm being silent because I love to hear women speak like this. It's high time. You know, over the years that we've been speaking, it's high time that women are starting to speak up. And I love what I'm hearing. I like to sit back and listen, comprehend. Excuse me. Uh, I like to sit back and listen to women talk with comprehension and women talk with passion. I love this. So I'm just going to enjoy this moment. I don't know how long this moment is going to last. However, continue.
I love it too, Trinity. I really appreciate y'all coming up tonight and you know really lighting the panel up. I love every minute of it.
Hmm.
Does Kendall ever get on? Kendall, do you ever have the mental fortitude to hit the link and get on the panel? Or are you truly a dusty in your heart and you're truly a coward? Because you see, this is the thing. You really do reveal yourself. And I come here from time to time, and I know that you're very divisive, and Dame and everybody has had to try to be like, yo, chill. What's wrong with you? So I know that this is not uncommon, but I want to know: do you ever get on the panel?
No, he hasn't been on the panel. These guys don't want to come on the panel. The only ones that have come up here who have the nerve to come up here is my brother Hassan. Bro, speak. He'll come up here. Even though me and him disagree on just about everything, but he will come. He's man enough to come up here, so that's why I respect him. And my brother
At
Hassan
least.
Burton, you know, that's my dude, man. If I ask him to come up here, he'll jump right up here. That's my man's. And who else? That's pretty much it. And Rozzy will come up here. And
Aaron Collins.
and Aaron Collins. That's the end of these other guys. Kendall, they don't want no smoke. They're not coming up here.
Okay, so you're a coward then. That's what we're dealing with. So you're
Okay.
trying to police
Okay.
people
Listen.
from
Listen. What sweetheart? What's your name? Who's speaking? What's your name, sweetheart?
Annalicia.
Annalisa. Okay. Nice to meet you. This is Trinity Time
Love the
Travels. What I
name.
want to say,
Beautiful name.
what I want to, yeah, what I want to say is this, Annalisa. Um, I like what you're talking about. But just stop looking at the chat. These niggas ain't shit. Listen, I don't know who this Kendall guy is. Listen, you can't let these motherfuckers distract you because once you do that, you're gonna get all off track. I'm enjoying you. Don't listen. Don't let these dusty ass, crusty, musty foot niggas distract you. I don't know who this Kendall nigga is, but let me tell you something. Trust me, he won't come up here. Because if he can't handle you, he definitely can't handle me because I'm a rabid as dog. Now, just continue. Don't look at the channel. Just don't look at the chat, man. Just keep going, please. Because it's been a long time since I've been able to sit down and not talk for a minute because I was enjoying somebody. So don't let this raggedy ass fendo ass nigga distract you. Please keep going, please.
Okay, thank you.
Kendall, it's not that you're malicious or anything. You just don't get it sometimes, man. That conscious nonsense, man. It's dead, bro. You
But
know,
he
you have to really.
But you're also pissing us off.
You're
You bringing up
triggering.
that we
Kelly, you gotta
supposedly
talk to the
talking
women to
about
get the point.
swirling when we're
Understand?
not.
Right. It's
We're
triggering.
not even. We're
But
not
who?
even
But who
into.
is
I
this
hate black men yet.
fiddle motherfucker that is like distracting y'all? I mean, come on, I'm enjoying myself. This motherfucker has no motherfucking merit. I'm enjoying myself. Please, it's the first time in years. The fiddle. This motherfucker's not gonna come up here and talk to us, so he's nobody.
You gonna say
Why does he
Findle?
deserve our
All right,
attention?
all right, y'all. I'm gonna jump off. Let you ladies have enjoy yourself.
Fuck that
Thank.
bitch. He not
It's
coming
my,
up here to talk to us.
yeah, Kendall. I'm gonna
He's a
jump off, man. If
bitch.
you want to
It's
come up, come on
keyboard
up.
gangster. He's a keyboard gangster.
I'm sorry, Rozzy be crying too. He be
Yeah,
crying
but
in
Rozzy
sin
will
chat.
come up on the panel. Shooks. Rozzy, you can't keep Rozzy off the panel. You willing to give him a link? He's up there. But yeah, but one thing he ain't afraid is to come up on the panel.
Yeah, true.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, and look, now you're the victim, Kendall. You're right. I am nobody. I don't know what category of dustiness you even fall
Anna,
into. I just don't even. I'm
Annalisa.
sorry. That's the last time I'm gonna read it. I'm sorry. But
Yeah,
he's
don't give
very
these
triggering.
motherfuckers
I'm
no
done.
attention, man. You really
I'm done.
just playing yourself, man. These motherfuckers ain't nobody. They're not coming up here to address you. And if they do, trust me, I got your back. Because if they can't handle you, I guarantee you, I'm the volcano around this motherfucker. Just keep going, baby. Just don't read these motherfucking comments. Fuck the motherfucker.
Okay, I'm done.
He might as well come up. So y'all can go in on him. That's no.
Jane, what were we talking about before the dust storm?
We was talking about how two different women.
Frankie, I don't know if I
two
was
different
going in and out
dysfunctional environments.
when I was talking.
Oh, go ahead. Yeah, I forgot about that. Yeah, we was talking. Yeah, we can hear you just fine, Kay. Even if you can't hear yourself.
Earlier, I think it just, I don't know if it's the StreamYards or what.
We can hear you, Kay. You're good.
But we can hear you. Just because you can't hear yourself through your headset does not mean you're not.
Okay.
We don't hear you.
All right.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
All right.
Okay.
So go ahead, Kay.
Oh, so you saying it was about trauma and kids? I know like a lot of women that went through domestic violence and some kids too. And I was trying to talk to my friend about healing too. And she wouldn't take my advice, and I was saying it in a very nice way.
Yeah, no, that's common. I see it in the shelters that I'm at all the time.
To go to therapy and stuff like that.
Listen, I need to address something real quick, ladies.
That's good.
If y'all don't mind, I need to address something real quick.
Okay.
Look, I'm tired of these suckers with with these emails, and all this coward stuff about Trinity. Let me tell you why she's up here, right? Because that's my motherfucking peoples. That's why she's up here. She helped me start this channel. And she rolled with me every show for a long period of time. She helped me build. She helped me build this channel.
A lot of motherfuckers don't know, man. Listen,
Right.
I was here the very first motherfucker. I
That's
literally
right.
gave this man the first episode.
Absolutely.
The
She
very
made a
first
commercial.
episode. You niggas are haters, man.
Yeah, she made the commercial for my very first show, nigga. That's why she's up here. It's my peoples.
And not only that, I'll run down on all you niggas. You put 100 niggas up here, I run down on all you niggas, man. This mind is vast and my pussy is vast, so don't play with me.
And she was here when we was on fire. Remember, Trinity? Trinity,
I'm building an army of diabolical horrors. Don't play with me.
Hey, Trinity was when we was straight fire, man. We were fighting every day on this damn channel.
Yeah.
Every show.
Yeah.
That's my peoples. That's why she's up here.
How many years y'all been here? A couple of years?
Couple years.
About Yeah,
What?
yeah, about 2 years, right?
Yeah, I think we just
Yeah.
made our 2 year. Yeah, uh-huh.
Yeah,
Mhm.
yeah.
See, this is the problem. Niggas be, see, this is why, man, this is what it is,
That's
man.
what's up.
Niggas
That's
see
good.
me, get a little compassionate and they want to test my gangster. But let me tell you something. I'm just getting stronger. It's just like I'm wise, like an old dog. But trust me, I get real, I get real rabid on you real quick. Don't play with me. I'm just trying to enjoy myself because over the years we've been training women to talk and be themselves and be diabolical whores. And it's not what you think, but it is. It is this though. Listen, the same
I
women,
like
the
that.
same women that you thought you was about to take advantage of, or you thought you was about to pump and dump. Let me tell you something. We building women to be just as rabid as me, motherfucker. The same bitches that you thought you was about to pump and dump. Nah, nigga, we hellhounds now. Understand that. That's what we're working for, and that's what I've been waiting for this moment. That's why y'all think I can't shut my mouth, motherfucker. Listen, let me tell you something. We've been training women over the years. It ain't like what you thought it was. It ain't gonna be what you thought, nigga. Yeah, we gonna bite your dicks off and we gonna keep it moving. Okay, we gonna encompass your ass, nigga. So don't you ever in your life think it's sweet. Ain't nothing sweet but this pussy, and you can't
Oh
have
no,
that.
not white.
So anyway, keep it going. Like I said, when I'm silent when I hear other women talking as loud as me, and they're gonna catch up with my game and run faster, and I'm gonna be happy as a clam when I see these hoes devouring you niggas, you weak ass niggas talking about submission. Fuck you niggas.
Period. Period.
Oh yeah. You need to stop with that submissive crap. If I'm not submitting to you naturally, I'm not gonna submit. That
Mm-hmm.
means I'm not the one you're supposed to be getting submission from. Walk away.
Mm-hmm.
I'll
Mm-hmm.
submit when they stop submitting to white men. How about that?
Mm.
This
Amen.
is like I can't
Ashe.
really do anything with a conquered mind. What can I do with a conquered mind? Nothing. The hell? At this point, black women are probably going to lead a revolution before you guys will. You aren't saying anything. You are not saying anything. Your cognitive dissonance, your acute denial. That's where you live. You live there. You have a dusty couch, a little dog running around. You live in a perpetual state of denial. We can't do anything with you at this point. It's sad, but that's the truth. It's sad. You're worried about weave and feminism. Like that's what consumes your dusty minds. Weave, my bundles, whether I got them from Indonesia or India, and feminism. Those are the black man's enemy with black women. That's what we're dealing. And our attitude. Our attitude. Attitude reflects leadership. Did you know that? If you had our attitudes and our mental fortitude, you would be building. Do you understand? You understand that if you thought like us, if you had our attitudes, the revolution would be televised. You would be doing something. It's very hard for us to be in denial and to just actively lie to ourselves and actively participate in our own subjugation and our own demise. It's very hard for me to. It's very hard for black women to. But black men seem to have found a very comfortable nest with a very dusty couch. And they have their snacks in the fridge, and they have their love and hip hop and their basketball, and they seem to be they're just living in this state of denial.
You kidding me? They watching that now. They becoming more and more like so-called women.
Exactly.
You know,
Women. No, real women. Real little girls is what they are. I was having a conversation with someone the other day talking about, oh, so is it reciprocated? Like, do you like to buy your boyfriend stuff? Would you, would you take him out for how badly would you like to be a woman? Is my question to you. That's my response to your question. That's my answer. On a scale of 1 to 10, how badly do you want to be wined and dined and pined? How badly would you like to be a woman? Is my question. Because I'll start a GoFundMe page and you can get a sex change and get it over with already. Like, you just don't want to be a man. You don't want the responsibility. And then when women have to take this responsibility on our shoulders, when we're superimposed into the role of the man, when we have to be the leaders in our
Just me, you
so you
Borgen.
take up with these things. Oh, you're not submissive. I'm gonna go over to Becky. I'm going to Becky. But then you know what happens when you go to Becky, right? You know your divorce rates are higher when you date white women, right? So you go into the white communities to nest, and you think it's gonna be all fine and dandy until she finds out that you're just another nigga. You're just another dust mite, and then she divorces you. Your divorce rates are the highest of any divorce rates on the planet. Do you understand that? You understand? So let's think about what's the variable. Let's see. Let's think about the variable. Black women are undesirable, right? But when Black women do date interracially, their marriage rates are the more successful on the face of the planet of any other marriage, right? So what's the variable here?
Ooh. I see what you started, Kendall. Weren't even going there until you brought this bull crap up.
But see, that's why I tell you not to read the chat. But since you let that dusty ass motherfucker change the motherfucking variable, let's go ahead and talk about it. Everybody know that at the end of the day, these niggas are projecting. And you want to talk about some motherfucking divorce rate, you bitch ass nigga? Let's talk about this. Let's talk about Black men going all around the world and motherfucking leaving a legion of baby mamas, okay, of all races, okay? It's not just Black women that they motherfucking making baby mamas. You got Asian baby mamas. You know what? It's funny. It's like a long-standing joke when I go into other cultures because I talk to other races, not just Black people. I know a lot of y'all don't think that, but I do. And you know, it's a long-standing joke. Don't fuck a Black man unless you want to be a single mother. Y'all, you know what I mean? This is like, y'all known for this. Y'all the face of rape and baby mama making. Come on. Stop playing games, nigga. We know why. Listen, a lot of you niggas that are successful, if you don't have any athletic ability, or if you're not fighting a wars, we know your very next opportunity is put on a dress and it's become a Black woman. That's why most of you niggas that succeed, the only thing you can do is run around here and be cooning and motherfucking buffooning to make money. We're not gonna act like we don't see this. We see this, but we still have patience and compassion for you niggas. Don't you ever in your life, nigga. See, what you don't want to do is you don't want to piss off a diabolical whore because I hurt your feelings and make you commit suicide, nigga. See, I like to see you niggas fucking each other. I'm gonna tell you why. Because I don't like to fuck weak. I'd rather you lay siege. I'd rather you lay siege to each other's booty holes than lay siege to our wombs. So fuck each other. Go ahead. Yeah, go ahead. Rape each other's booties. Put your dick in a ditch. Put your dick in a plastic doll. Put your dick in a white man's mouth. I don't give a fuck what you do, nigga. Just do not oh my God. Do not replicate yourself in my womb, nigga. I mean, I encourage gay sex. Do you not understand that? That's Taoism at its finest, nigga. Do you not understand? I don't have to become a ravenous dog on you niggas. I don't have to be a genocidal queen pharaoh on you niggas because you're doing me a favor. Understand that. I don't give a fuck about your opinions about me, about your ratings about me, about how I'll never get a high value nigga that want to put his dick in my mouth and in my booty hole. Nobody gives a fuck about a nigga who does not want to, upheld his legacy and replicate himself because he does not love himself. A dark-skinned Black man and a dark-skinned Black pussy, making beautiful dark-skinned babies. Who gives a fuck about what the fuck you talking about? No one, especially not me. I'm going on mute. Go ahead. I'm going to let you handle it.
I mean,
yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh, when I was
true.
when I was looking up the stats on who was I was looking for? They were talking about the rise of the single black mother. I noticed that between a certain time period, there's been a rise in the Becky's
Single white moms.
parent.
Yep.
And guess
Oh,
what they said in the stats?
what?
They said because of the black man.
Like,
The increase in interracial dating
yep.
has
You see
increased
that?
the level of single motherhood.
Okay,
I
so
was
Dame, you
Okay, I know I said I was gonna let y'all have it. I just, I gotta get this off real quick. It's very simple. It's a little scratch. Look, because I want these ladies to win. But I'm just saying, look, name one airport a black man built outside of Africa. I'll wait. Hospital. I'll wait.
I know.
okay.
Clinic. I'll wait.
Let's go with the school and a bank. And don't
Car.
say the
I'm sorry, car. I'll wait.
I'll wait. Since the 80s?
Any one of you motherfucking fiddle kittle ass Kindle ass niggas want to come up here and tell me in 400 years of slavery, you niggas ain't never had no motherfucking ambition to build a car? You niggas are always working on cars, nigga. How many niggas invented their own car with their own name? I know. I can I think of one? I don't know. Jerome Engineering. I mean, can any nigga tell? Can one of you bitches tell me how many Jerome Engineering companies have you heard of? I'll wait.
You see the who. So I want you to tell me what the problem is. So what is the variable here? Who is the variable? Becky is the new Keisha. Okay, Becky's the new Shanae. She is the new face of single motherhood because of black men single-handedly. What is the variable? Who is corroding our communities, environments? What? Who?
Alicia. What's your name? I don't want to just. What's your name again?
Oh, Anna.
Annalisa.
Anna.
Annalisa. I'll tell you what they call that. It's a mathematical equation. It's called the common denominator.
Okay. Yeah.
Oh, I'm taking that one. Just like that too. But do you understand now? You are the variable and the common denominator. It's you. You're the problem everywhere you go. You drag your dusty bags of dust with you and you just sprinkle it into everyone's communities, polluting the air in their homes. You're the problem.
Okay, they answering in the chat. Let's see. No.
And when she say dusty bag, she does mean dusty nut sack. I.e. sperm.
Okay, they said C.R. Patterson was black and a car company.
Bring your bitch ass up. Fuck these niggas in the chat. You niggas are cowards. Bring your bitch ass up. First, Annalisa's gonna handle you. Then I'm gonna finish you off with the ultimate flood. Like Noah. You niggas better bring your art. Yeah, because you really. I've been waiting, man. Look. Bring your asses up here since you got so much to say in the chat. Stop being Twitter gangsters. You niggas are keyboard gangsters. Bring your ass up here and let me hear your voice print. Ho ass niggas.
Yo, hold on, Grandmaster Troll. Why are you talking about what a man did in Ghana? Are you Ghanaian? Have you even been to Ghana? Don't talk to me about what Ghanaians are doing and then try to label it as your accomplishment or the collective's accomplishment. Are you done? Don't do that. Don't talk to me about Ghanaians. We want to know about North Americans. This guy said, well, someone in Ghana made a car. That's how you know it's bad. That's when you know it's bad. I heard somebody else say, "Oh, I know one person on Facebook." One, and you guys, and to even bring it up, there should be a sense of shame that you don't just have a whole list compiled. 1, 2, 3, 4,
Notice
5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
Notice I said outside of Africa, but you don't hear me though.
This is sad. This is sad. Even you even deny the facts. You guys are in the chat acting like you're builders, like you're innovators, you're organizing,
Okay.
you're pooling your resources.
All right, ladies. All right. We're gonna have to change this to gangster talk because we are messing with the maximum overdrive is environment we're supposed to be about.
Well,
So
let's change it to gangster talk because let's do it. This the gangster talk now. I can really get egregious. Let's do
all
it
right,
because I've been being silent for about 30 minutes and I want to talk some shit to some niggas because these niggas ain't shit no way. And let me tell you niggas something. I'm the hot steaming shit in this chitlin circuit. You niggas in trouble now.
Oh my goodness, y'all. Okay. All right, y'all. So everybody, we're gonna mute up. We're gonna play the music out. I'm going to go out. Whoa. Hold on. Let me see what this is. All right, y'all. Okay, we're gonna kill this screen. In 5 minutes, we're going to gangster talk. Y'all ready to switch over?
Start another one.
All right.
Okay,
Then I'll see y'all all in 5 minutes.
Yeah.
Gotta put up gangster talk. Okay. All right, everybody. Peace, power, and unity.
Okay.
We're moving over to gangster talk. We'll see y'all in 5 minutes. Be on the lookout for the notification. Bye-bye.
Okay, peace.